What is going on, good people of the internet? What is going on, good people of the internet?
Back.
And I just heard myself in the stream monitoring. You probably heard that as well, but now everything should be completely fine. We are so back. Thursday night stream. Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday, actually. We are so back. We're gonna play some nice Yu-Gi-Oh games today. Mainly Yu-Gi-Oh! Capsule Monster Coliseum as usual. And I hope you guys will have as much fun as I will. Let me just also quickly adjust maybe the cam a little bit up so we can actually see. I have my chair set up a little bit differently. Quite a few things slightly differently now. I also reduced the volume of the game because it does feel a bit loud, doesn't it? So how is everybody doing? How are you currently? How is your week? And what are your plans for today? Except, of course, watching the stream tonight. If there are any audio issues or anything that sounds a bit off, is it my voice or maybe the music from the gameplay in the background, any noise issues, audio issues, feel free to tell me in the chat and then we can have a look and see for ourselves if there's something we could fix. Okay. Let me just quickly check back on this. It seems like the game is not at a proper resolution, isn't it? I'm kind of suspecting why that could be. Let me just quickly stretch this out. Okay. I think now everything's going well. So a quick checkup. Are we live on YouTube? This is looking fine. Are we live on Twitch? We're also live on Twitch. Amazing. Okay, so if there are no audio problems, if I'm audible as I should be, like always, hopefully with a decent sound, we can get right into things. We're just gonna take a couple of minutes to just chill out a bit, have a quick chat until maybe some of our regular people also arrive, so nobody misses anything significant. Yeah, so last time we already started playing Tristan's challenge, or rather the challenge that I designed with Tristan in mind. For those of you who might be new to this game, this is a spin-off title for Yu-Gi-Oh! From 2005, I think. Yu-Gi-Oh! Capsule Monster Coliseum, a turn-based strategy game that doesn't have that much to do with Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, it does in quite a few regards, actually, but the main gameplay is not about cards. Basically, it's a mixture of a chess-like board game and Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters on top. And since this game is fairly easy when you play it casually, what we decided on last stream is that we will try to beat the entire game only using the monsters that Tristan, one of the in-game opponents, uses, which is quite a... I'd say not the worst team imaginable, but it's a pretty bad team overall, and we're going to get into things why that exactly is in a minute, the moment we see some gameplay. I think that from the technical side, everything is looking good. Oh, there's the first one in the chat, Artilleria. Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome back to the stream. Sub to you too, I hope you're doing fine. Chat is working, both streams are live. I think everything's good. Could this be the first stream without any noticeable technical hiccups? I think so. Maybe we're lucky this time around. Also, the resolution should be a little bit better from the game, but maybe that's not something that's noticeable due to the bitrate I'm streaming at. How's live treating you? The audio is good too. Amazing to hear. Live's been treating me pretty good. Honestly, I had a very busy week, and something is telling me the next 2 weeks will also remain quite busy, but I'm also gonna remove the headset from one of my ears because I think I'm talking very loud again. Let's just say some artistic business opportunities have come up that are not definitive yet, but it's looking pretty good overall, I think. And I'm doing my best and putting in a lot of time and effort to try and take these opportunities as they come and hopefully make them succeed. Yeah. We will see, but so far I think that the increase in workload will pay off. It's been quite a stressful and just overall intense amount of days, but everything's fine. So I mean, you know, still young, still enough energy to pull through and do lots of things. So it's actually perfectly fine. I'd rather have more to do than way too little, right? Yeah. Aside from that, I'm always hyped for these streams. I can only do them weekly, really. There's not really much time throughout the week to dedicate a couple of hours to do something like this. But like for today, I haven't set a specific goal yet, but I think clearing stage 3 would be cool. wood in it. And now we have to think a little bit. I don't even remember where we left off. Marquise, welcome back to the chat and stream, of course. Jeez, I'm already a bit tired, so should I start to yap about things that seem a little bit disconnected and nonsensical, or more so than usual at least, then forgive me because, yeah. As I said, it's been a rough set of weeks. Hope you're all doing fine. I'm doing very fine. I hope you're doing fine as well. Yeah, so I was just saying, I don't know what the goal for today is. Let's just see how far we get. Geez, the plan was, if I recall correctly, the initial plan was Battle Mai because we have a... Let me actually... No, we can check it with save states. I don't need to do this. Don't need to go into the shop to do this. Let's remove the mouse, of course, that's annoying. If I recall correctly, Mai has tiles with 30 wood on them, so we can evolve our pieces. So maybe for those of you, maybe there's some viewers in here that don't really know what we're doing yet. So, and there's Emil Buratovic also, welcome back to the stream. Thank you so much for joining in. So for those of you who might not be up to date, Tristan, so the challenge is the following. We play Tristan's set of monsters for this game, and so far we've been pretty successful actually. Quite to my surprise, the first duel was a real challenge, it took almost an hour, but... let me just save state here so we can manipulate things. Also, full disclosure, we are abusing save states from the PlayStation 2 emulator, of course, because we want better odds at everything we do. And there we go, we got it. Who would have thought? Good luck with this one. Thank you so much. I hope we will remain lucky and fortunate in this endeavor. Yeah, we do attack first, right? What was I saying again? I already forgot. I'm so sorry. Also, I'll try to apologize a little bit less this time around. Also, a little side quest this time around. Anyway, what I was saying is that the challenge we're doing has us play the 4 monsters that Tristan, who's the second opponent in this game, uses, 2 Petit Moths, who are the wood type in this game, and also 2 lightning monsters, one of them being the Steel Scorpion right here. That was the wrong button, I'm sorry. Steel Scorpion. Already level 3. And this lizard here, I butchered this name, like pronunciation-wise, so many times last stream. I'll spare you this time around, but this little fella here has really good mobility. The problem is, Tristan is not a lightning type, so these monsters don't really benefit from the wood element. And of course, we play the wood element because we want to copy Tristan's setup as closely as possible, even going as far as only limiting ourselves to the exact amount of PP, which is the health points of the symbol, that Tristan also plays, which, if you didn't see any of the prior challenges, makes things much more difficult, because we often have relied on our symbol having a very big PP, sending it forward, tanking multiple attacks, and thus beating the odds against our otherwise stronger opponents. Not something we can really do this time around, but our 2 Petit Moths, we decided last time we are allowed to evolve them, and we already have 1 evolution down. And for those of you who are long-time Yu-Gi-Oh fans might know that this is not the end. Larvae Moth tends to evolve typically into Great Moth, and then eventually perfectly Ultimate Great Moth. And this monster is available in this game, and I think we will see we will see a couple of them hopefully very soon. Now, with all of that out of the way, I'll now try to rest my voice a little bit. Just one extra bit of information that is relevant. In this game, there's elements that correspond with monsters and symbols, powering them up or powering them down, depending on where they stand and how the map is distributed. So in this map, we don't have any wood power-ups in general, but you can't see it now from my cam. I'll just put it in the top corner for now. We have 30 wood on some of these tiles. Like, tiles on the map can have individual land powers. Like, look at this. This is only earth, but because there's some grass here, they gave it 30 wood power. And that's quite significant because we need at least 30 wood power, either from the map or from the tile the monster is standing on, so that we can evolve our moths. That's the current requirement for the next evolution. And we also need level 3 moths, and some of you might have already had a quick peek. Both of our moths are already level 3, so that is very good. Without further ado, let's just get into the game and let's try to beat up Mai in the usual fashion. So now we have to think a little bit we do have the 30 wood power on both of these tiles. No, actually only on this one. Not on this one. So there, one of them is here, but one of them is not here, but maybe in this back corner. Yeah, so we have one in this back corner, and we have one right over there. Yes, exactly. So you are very close to leveling up your symbol from Marco Battle. Oh, that could be true, is it? Is that true? Yeah, 11 XP remaining. Okay, we will get a symbol level up here. That's quite nice. Because as some, like most of the regular viewers probably already know, we discussed this last time, wood is a very potent element because the elements in this game, there's 8 of them. They're a little bit like, if any of you guys have played Forbidden Memories, you might remember the alignment system with the... What were they called? Weren't they just called like star alignments or something like that? Where monsters would gain attack based on whether they had an advantage towards the opposing monster or not. In this game it's similar, but on top of all of that, your symbol, when it levels up, it empowers your monsters if they have the corresponding element. For wood, that's either wood or like the parallel element water. So our moths do get increasingly more powerful the stronger our symbol gets. So basically they increase their powers on their own and from the symbol, so it's like double power increase, if you will, if the element is right, of course. So let me just quickly figure out how we are gonna plan this. Like Mai's monsters typically move in a linear fashion quite quickly towards the middle of the field. We'll probably pass the gate on these 3 lanes. That's what most often happen if you usually position your monster somewhere in here. So if we set up a Scorpion on this lane, maybe... Sorry for that, there was some kitchen noise. If we set this up so that we can hide behind the gate from linear attacks for one more turn, but still attack diagonally, we might have a good shot at this. And since most of her monsters move diagonally, we will also... Oh, sorry, not diagonally. We cannot really guarantee that we'll be able to hit all of them with our diagonal-only monsters, but that's okay. Okay, Marquis says, work is going slow, but progress is progress. I mean, that sounds good, isn't it? Work doesn't always have to be stressful. Sometimes it feels like it does, but if it results in something nice, I think that's more than tolerable. Maybe we can attack from... Like, I'm just trying to figure out where good positions could be. I'll just place it here in the middle, and then we can check things for ourselves. Alright, I think this could be a solid setup. Let me go for slot 2 here. Save on slot 2. Did we do it? Yes, okay. Here we go, guys. First battle of today, and something is telling me this challenge will go very well until we probably hit... I don't even know. Let us think. The last challenges that we did were all darkness challenges. What could be the first roadblocks, like serious roadblocks for this challenge? Because of course we will have the huge downside that our 2 lightning monsters, even though they have a good basic stat of attack power, they will not get increasingly stronger with our symbol. So we'll only really have 2 strong monsters going forward. They will be quite strong, I think. Oh my god, and here it is. Look at this. This is going to be beautiful. For this, I'll turn down the game speed again to regular. Also, slight disclaimer, small disclaimer, we are playing this game on double speed because it's unbearably slow, but that's okay. Okay, the stat increase is... Look at this, 76 defense, 227 attack. Wow, that's strong. And that's resetting back to level 1, so some of these stats will increase with each level, of course. Actually, almost all of them will, because this is such an interesting mechanic, and if I got it right, I think, in this game is, like, wood monsters, because they're wood monsters, on level ups, 30 minutes in the stream, we already get a power spike happening. Yeah, but we've earned it from the last week, haven't we? So I think we can really sit in this nice and cozy feeling of these 2 power-ups, because some fights pretty soon will get tough, I think. We also don't have any shields like with Gate Guardian or with Kuribo, so could actually turn out a bit more difficult than we might think at this point. But anyway, wood monsters, for example, they don't gain... I think they gain PP when they level up and defense. So, and of course they get more costly, so the AP value itself, you can also see it here in Evolution, spikes up really high. This also happens during level ups, but not so drastically. However, they don't gain attack when they level up. But because the wood symbol is the wood symbol, each symbol has an effect on, as I just said, the corresponding monsters in your team and your lineup. And they have different effects, like the wood symbol affects wood monsters differently than, say, a dark symbol might affect darkness monsters, if I recall correctly. So, even though they don't gain attack by themselves when they level up, they gain attack from the wood symbol, because the symbol gets stronger. The symbol effect rate is a stat we can level up, gets stronger. However, every time the wood monsters level up, another stat on their own, on the monsters themselves, gets increased, which is the symbol effect rate. And if I got that right, this is the percentage of how much of the symbol effect rate actually lands on the monster, how much the monster is affected by this effect rate. So it also increases like from the other side, and thus we will probably result in the Moths having quite potent attack power near the end of the run. Yeah, let me just quickly catch up with the stream. 50% attack and defense increase, it's insane, isn't it? Digivolution, yeah, Larvae Moth Digivolution, it's nice to see. We said it last time, Digimon will definitely find a place at some point on this channel, but honestly, how things are going currently at university and work, it could be that it's going to take a little bit, because cramming this stream into this week was already quite a challenge. I just did it because I really like doing this, and I wouldn't want to miss a stream if it's really not necessary. But it's gonna be quite, I think the next weeks and next months, honestly, will probably be quite intense. But at the end of the year, it could result in some nice opportunities for me, professionally, and also with me banking in my master's degree, which would also be quite nice. But you know, one thing at a time. It's about my work on my bachelor thesis. Finding and processing the info to finalize the proper thesis is... Every time writing a thesis is... it's quite obnoxious work, isn't it? But if the topic is interesting enough, I think that's when you're usually able to pull through, even though some of the steps are really hard to get through. Yeah, we'll just evolve 2 of them. Sorry, I'm a little bit slow today, as I just said. We'll just kind of double speed this because we've just seen it. It's so sad that they couldn't get an animation for all of this, because I think they would have animated something. But it seems almost like they've run out of time or resources when they were making these fusion and... Okay, it's an SPA. Yeah, okay, I just remember now, one of the last streams, we had a really cool situation. God, please shut up, Mike. We had a really cool situation where we used the SP from Steel Scorpion, which increases the attack value of one of our pieces for 1 turn, and we were able to one-shot a piece with that power-up that we weren't able prior. Was that even a coherent sentence? I don't know. It's okay. But Mai's right. We should stop daydreaming and finally play this thing. I just said I would like to finish stage 3 today. If we're going at this pace, there's no chance we're going to do it. So I'll just try to talk a little bit less and maybe focus a little bit more on the game right now. But look at the movement of these things. Oh my god, this is so nice. Like, the power jump from Larvae Moth, like from Petit Moth to Larvae Moth already was not extreme, you know, it was alright. But the power increase and the movement increase from Larvae Moth to Great Moth now is insane. 1 more attack range diagonally and 1 more linear movement, like increasing both of them is crazy. Oh my god. Diplomsky, yeah, that's pretty much the same as bachelor thesis, isn't it? Kind of just limiting here. I mean, I guess depending on the size of the city you're doing it in, or the university, getting your hands at suitable literature might be quite difficult, isn't it? I'll just move forward as much as we can. Maybe now it's time for a quick save state, just so we stay safe. That was a very bad pun, I know, but I'm not going to apologize for that one. We said we're not going to do that anymore. Okay, so time to get our hands dirty finally. I just realized something. Mai is a very interesting opponent for us because we counter her element. Wood counters wind in this game, but because there's 2 cycles of these things going rock, paper, scissors with each other. Wind has a parallel element, fire. They synergize. And while wind loses to wood, fire obviously beats wood. So we will have an easier time against her wind monsters, which luckily she has a few more of. But she plays 2 fire monsters that are quite strong in attack power in general. And against our wood monsters, they will deal even more damage. So we need to be careful. But the game tells you that, like, look at this. You have advantage, disadvantage, and every time on screen you hover over a monster. So I think... Would she do that? I'll just move 1 tile back, so maybe she will get baited in. Should I use our SP? I don't know. I don't even know, dude. Maybe something like this. She might feel safe if we do that. And this thing is still too far away, okay. But if we're able to get rid of the fire monster, the first fire monster, that one right here, that like snail shell thing, whatever that's called, I already forgot the name. Then I think we'll have quite an easy time because her, what's it called, the Jigen Bakudan. Usually she summons that one at the very end, so we might be mostly out of danger that way. Oh, but this is going to be very tasty, isn't it? The problem with that is, of course, that we would get hit, like the moth would get hit from this monster right here, and as you can see, the disadvantage on, like, the attribute disadvantage is so severe that with 230 attack against a monster with laughable 17 defense, almost half of our attack power is just gone. It just disappears. Another problem is that even though both of these moths could attack this fire, and I forgot she has a 3rd fire monster, Jesus, Fire Yo, Flame Manipulator, whatever the translation is. Okay, this could be a bit tricky. This thing can't attack yet, but this one is doing even less damage, and I already see why, because here, of course, we have some grass. We have wood on a landform, so... Oh boy, this is going to be very interesting. Maybe we can block it, but... Is this something we should do? Okay. Yeah, sorry again if I'm not really catching up with the chat right now. I'm just trying to focus a little bit. I've been talking so much. But yeah, timing like bachelor theses and stuff like that can sometimes really be a pain. Like I know it was not that easy when I did my bachelor's thesis. I also study a 2nd degree at the same university, which is I might tell you guys about that in a bit more detail once I have an easier fight. But it's more or less the same degree essentially, but for a slightly different thing that actually does benefit me professionally, and they were able to transfer a lot of the exams that I did for my 1st degree onto my 2nd one because it's almost the same. And they also recognized my bachelor's theses, or like I had to write 2 smaller ones, and they basically gave me both for the 2nd degree as well, so I don't have to write another one for my 2nd bachelor's. Buff Moth with Scorpion, that's actually a good idea, Emil. It's actually a good... But it will only get 35, like, with the... Did I already move this thing? I did. That could have been enough, couldn't it? You're right, you are actually right. Let's try this. The 35, I don't know how it scales now with the element disadvantage. Okay, but this is enough. It actually is. The thing is, though, is this the better play? Because the way I planned it earlier is like getting rid of this monster. This thing wouldn't be able to attack us yet. Yeah, we could 2-shot it, but if I place the moth here and get an attack in, this thing has the exact same problem that Kaibas often have, because it has the same movement and attack style. If we already stand on 2 diagonally from it, it cannot reach us to striking distance in 1 turn, because it can only move here, it cannot move on our tile, it can only move in the opposite direction, then it's 4 tiles away. So we would have a fairly... Yeah, we'd actually have a good shot at this. Let me just quickly think, but if we two-shot this fire monster, then our moth is here, the other moth will be here. They would be both susceptible to... Wait a minute. And we only have Steel Scorpion to attack the other one. I don't think this is worth it. No, we don't even have Steel Scorpion because the SP. I still think the smarter move is likely this. Simply for the fact that we will do more more damage, the ratio doing damage and tanking damage. Like, we have more benefit than we have loss, I think. Because this thing can't attack us now. It actually can. Oh my god, I'm a moron. I am actually officially a moron. Then let me think. Then let me just quickly think this through. It can also attack us if I place it here. Then we might need to go the other way, actually. Then you were right. Then that might be the best move that's currently on the board. Oh my god, I misclicked. Imagine I didn't abuse save states. Oh god. One more time. I have to look for everything myself, and my mentor just gave me a little hint about a direction after 4 tries. What the hell? I mean, I have to say, I was mentored very closely and very helpfully. Fish past my point. That's a good one. That's a good one. Luckily, we will only get attacked by One-Eyed Shield Dragon, and at the end, it really doesn't matter, because there's a disadvantage, isn't it? So tanking a wind attack on a wood monster is much better than tanking a fire attack. So all is nice and dandy. Let's just quickly try to predict the next move. She will land here for sure. She will land 2 tiles forward. This thing could attack the Scorpion. Honestly, she might be able to one-shot the Scorpion, depending on the scaling. Yeah, I think trying to have fun with tedious work, like, you have to find something that entertains you in the whole process, because you'll have to do it anyway, but gotta make it as engaging as you possibly can, I guess. Okay, it's not a one-shot. Amazing. We will one-shot in return, but then things are already getting a little bit tight in terms of the next fire monster we need to beat up. And I would not like to lose the Scorpion. Okay, but wait a minute. She didn't move it. That's cool. So this thing will destroy the Shield Dragon. How's the damage output on this? Okay, it's alright. I think we might have to sacrifice 1 fire attack for this. Yeah, I also think worrying about fire pieces is more crucial. So we can, of course, it was very easy to predict that we can one-shot both of these. But what do we do then? Even though it's, I think, the only real good play we can do right now. We have to worry about the next turn. I'll just try to put on... If I'm talking too quietly, you guys can always remind me. I'm just going to try to talk a bit more quietly, because I want my headset on both ears, because if I hear this double speed music only in one ear, like, it's so annoying. It's so freaking annoying. I also think we one-shot any wind monster, like, the attack output is way too strong. I should have placed this on a different tile. Like, looking back, we could have gotten a few more attacks in, so if we can't beat her without any piece losses, I might reload just for that. Because having 4 pieces... Okay, yeah, 2-shot, that's okay. I mean, we knew it wouldn't be a one-shot, right? So at the end, it doesn't really matter. But would another hit from a wind monster be enough now for the moth to fall? I don't even think so, right? It has like 100 defense or something. So I think we are pretty safe in that. No, it's 69 defense. It's not even that big, but because of the wind field, isn't it? Yeah, the map has 60, because of this change now, the map has 60 wind on it. That does stink, not gonna lie. Does stink brutally, so we do even less damage. But that's okay, you know, that is completely fine. 169, I mean, with the disadvantage, and like our defense alone, if it was completely neutral, it would only do 100 damage, so that should be okay. The problem though is, of course, we can only tank one hit, so I think oh, dude, don't worry about it. Learning German is quite a process. I think you're doing pretty good. I actually think you're doing very good. Okay, okay. How about we do this for a little bit extra XP on the Scorpion? And then we finish off, of course, because we want the most XP on our moths. We want to level them up quickly. But it feels so great having great moth. It feels so great, jeez. But it feels fantastic having 2 great moths in the field. They're so strong, dude. Insane. Wow, okay. Okay, Emil was right. This is pathetic. This is actually freaking pathetic, isn't it? It could actually... And I just said we can't possibly take 2 blows. We could have easily taken 2 blows. Not a third one, that's for sure, and no more fire blows, that's also for certain. But that's bitter, but it is okay. I mean, it depends where we move. That is honestly, but we might be able to do something here. Let me just see. I don't want to risk too much. What's up, Aku? Aku, actually, that's your name, isn't it? Or is it Aku YouTube? Aku? No matter. Welcome back to the stream. So nice to see you back here again. So many familiar names now in the chat. It's so nice to see. Thank all of you guys for joining in. Also, you quiet types who are just here to watch and have a great time. Thank you so much for tuning in. But also, of course, to all the people in the chat participating. It's a blast every week. It's such a blast. I wouldn't want to miss the stream. No matter how much work there is throughout the week. As long as it's possible somehow, we are gonna be here Thursday evening and gonna play some Capsule monsters, of course. So let me plan this. You cannot attack the moth that is on this particular field. So we one-shot with this moth. This... Oh, wow, dude. Already level 2. That's so nice when you evolve monsters. They are reset back to level 1, but that also means that they gain more XP than a high-level monster would gain from doing the same things, like destroying level 1 monsters. So that's actually such a cool way to increase the power of your pieces. The only problem is, I guess, is that the AP cost gets so freaking high that it's absolutely insane. And this could also bite us in the ass on some of the later fights like Shadi 2, like the penultimate fight in the game. Could become problematic, honestly. Yeah, from what we've seen, this is definitely easier than Gate Guardian. No questions about that. So far, at least. But I think in general it is an easier one, and I went into this fully aware that this might be the case, just so we can have a little bit of a breather. Do a fun challenge that seems very possible, even though it could have a few difficult moments, and we had a few of them in the beginning, if you guys remember. What's going on now? Yeah, against Joey was quite an interesting fight, and also I don't really recall Duke. Yeah, we had to think about a few strategy options, but we eventually found even one where we don't sacrifice any monsters. Yeah, I think we all earned a more chill run because there's quite a few other challenges that could go horrendously, but it's so difficult to find something that is hard enough to be interesting for a run, but also plausible enough to be beatable, you know? Okay, 76. That one's way weaker now, for some reason. That's okay, we could even tank 2 fire blows. I did not expect that. But of course we have to deal the proper damage for this, and... yeah, we have 3 attacks, we can do it for sure. Of course we can't... I mean, wait. Oh my god, I didn't save state. No. Oh no. Oh no. What? I didn't save state any of this. Are you serious? Okay, we're just gonna repeat that because, of course, guys, we can... I think we could quite easily go for her symbol. I do believe that. This time I'm gonna use some save states. Okay. Let's see. We're just gonna repeat the same place, then do save state now. Of course, we know that things are gonna be okay. We could already send this thing one position forward or backwards. I don't know about that yet, honestly. Maybe I'll save state here immediately. Because why am I doing this? Her last monster is Yami Bakura. Margin Wamu, thank you so much for joining. Welcome back to the stream. It's so nice to see you back again. I checked out some of your videos on the mod you're working on, and guys, if you don't remember, Margin Wamu is also a developer for a mod, an upcoming mod, I think, that is not fully finished yet, but there will be a second mod of Capsule Mods Coliseum, which I find amazing, because so far, our Lord and Savior Oak was the only one who developed but of course, a fantastic mod with so much content for this game, still in development. But having someone else work on a separate project that could also feel a little bit differently, maybe less challenging or more challenging, whatever it may turn out in the end. It's great to have diversity and variety, because in other games like Forbidden Memory, for example, there's so many mods that if you really love the general fundamental mechanics of that game, you have quite a lot of different ways you can play it with the mods. And if we had a community that has developers that go for their own projects and alter the game in different ways, we could have I mean, not the same amount, of course, but we could also have a similar degree of variety where we have different forms of the game that we can all play and enjoy, and that would be fantastic. So, huge respect to Margin Wamu, to you also trying to push through and create your own mod. I appreciate it a lot, and I think a lot of us in here appreciate it as well, so great job on that. A randomizable okay, wow, that also sounds really nice. I'm excited. I sub to you. I am so excited once new updates come out. And what you said, this guy will be the Capsule Monster Grandmaster. I don't know about that. I think there's people who play this game, I don't want to say competitively, but I think there's people who play this game like in PvP settings where they really think about like multiple turns ahead, about specific like stats of certain monsters against others, and I've never done anything to such degree, so I think there's quite many people who understand the game on a much deeper level in terms of playing it. I just love to play it, and I like to do these challenges because they're fun. And I just love playing this game. I just love being in this game, listening to the music and moving these pieces on the board, especially at double speed. That's what's really fun about all of this. So I don't know how we're going to proceed now, because I can move all of these monsters and my symbol on fields where this thing cannot reach them. It's diagonal only, and then we can just slowly approach my symbol and get some extra XP for one of our moths. However, our other lightning monster, the lizard, the Kaminarikozou, it can't do that because it's also diagonal only, and these two align, as we can see, so they will inevitably attack each other. It's fairly certain, I would say. So not quite sure what to do about that. But I guess first things first, move the other monsters in a way where this thing cannot reach us. So then she will probably move here, and then maybe we can hide somewhere. No, but if she moves over there, that's actually okay. Randomize on CMC, that actually sounds pretty nice. Could be very interesting to play. I'm so looking forward to that. I'll move our symbol on a tile that is reachable for this thing in a matter of a few turns, just so we can bait it and maybe move it away from a lizard. Then our lizard can also move forward and have a few more turns to try to stay safe. Okay, or Maya's just gonna do some stupid stuff. That's also fine. That's completely fine with me. I'm not gonna complain about that. Now we need to be careful with how we move our pieces, so that everything works out nice and dandy. Let's try something like this. Let me get a sip of my drink. No, that was wrong. This is the right position. Only 2 fields now because we align properly. We don't want to ruin any of that. Maybe move it 1 towards this. This analysis is fantastic. You mean, oh, what kind of analysis? You mean of what's going on in the game, or I'm not sure. Okay, that's a one-shot, nice. I think we're just gonna go for it. We're not gonna try to squeeze out 1 attack from Steel Scorpion for like 2 XP points or something like that. I think it's not worth it. And my Fall's first opponent of the day. We did it. GG's to you guys. I hope many more follow today. 50 XP, that's tasty. I think it's gonna level up immediately again. And I think now, yeah, nice. And symbol level up, so good. So we have save state slot 0. First symbol win in the run. Is that true, Marquise? Is that... Wait a minute. I think against Duke we couldn't do it without losing a piece, and that's why we didn't, right? And against Joey we also didn't, I think. I don't even remember. Is that really the first symbol win? Didn't we beat up Marco's symbol? No, we didn't, right? I have no idea. So... Let me quickly check the evolution spreadsheet for the Great Moth. Because now I have to start and be wary about the AP and the plus AP values that we have. So, Great Moth, maybe I can show you this on screen. I'm actually in the browser, that's interesting. That was weird. Anyway, now I think it's the correct one, but I can still show this row, but why is it not aligned properly? That's what I don't understand. Is it because usually I use Firefox for this? Maybe it is. Then let me just quickly copy this over. No, it's not. Interesting. Huh. I'm just gonna increase it now then natively. Because even though I don't have anything to hide, I just want to be fully aware that you guys can't see what programs I've opened. Maybe I'll someday do a speedrun of this game and I'll use some really stanky cheating tactics, and some guy on YouTube will uncover it 10 years later and it will get like 5 million views and will be like a 1 hour long video essay on how Dino was the most vile cheater in the entirety of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Speedrunning community or some bullshit like that. Actually, no, that can't even be true, because the one dude, I think, was he like Brazilian or something? Like, that one guy with the cap who was also streaming almost naked, who cheated, like blatantly cheated Forbidden Memory speedruns and denied everything. Have any of you seen this video? That was so bizarre to me. I don't believe we did Mako. We did kill a monster that was still in its capsule. But yeah, that was the Happy Lover, the Happy Lover to his left side. That was with the power up of Steel Scorpion. That was pretty neat. Anyhow, enough of that ranting. We have AP 135 plus AP 45. So one we can, of course, summon. We start currently... How much AP do we have currently? 235. So 135 we use up, and then we have 100 left, but we get, for the next turn, we get 145. We get 35 extra, so we get 45 extra. So we have 280 the next turn, and we could move 2 of them. However, these are no longer level 1, and we can see here on this this graph. It's not a graph, it's like a table. You just call that table in English? I don't know. Handard of Pain, are you going to be evolving? Welcome to the stream. I don't think we've seen you yet in the chat, so thank you so much for contributing in the chat as well. I hope you have fun watching. We have fun staying with us this evening. Yes, we do evolve. We decided last time that even though Tristan doesn't have evolved pieces since the level 1, that theoretically if his lineup would advance in the tournament, he could evolve. So we are also evolving. We currently have 2 Great Moths on the boards, and we plan to turn these 2 pieces into perfectly ultimates eventually. But one of them is level 3 now. So the... Okay, but that's good. Look at this. Is this normal for Is this normal for wood monsters? That the AP is not even increasing? That's ridiculous. That's not normal. That's not normal at all. Exodia, Yu-Gi-Oh, CMC, I will show you guys quickly. Summoned Lord Exodia. Look at the AP increase. Look at it. Freaking like what? And the Gate Guardian was the same, right? Very similar stat distribution. Insanity, and plus AP barely any increase. Like usually in a casual playthrough, completely irrelevant, but for us now, and that's what I love about these challenges. It really forces me and probably some of you guys who like to plan and backseat game along to think about the little things that otherwise we wouldn't worry. Like, do I start first? When do I use my special ability? How many points I'm going to put in AP instead of effect strength, like all of these things, suddenly they matter so much, and I love that because this game has so many little mechanics and intricacies that otherwise you can just completely ignore, which is a shame because it to me it's a lot of fun. Anyhow, so if I want to move both of the moths on turn 1 right now before they further evolve, I need 270 AP. And in order to achieve that, we would need to do... We would have to put all 3 points, and we are not doing this. And if I don't do that, I don't think it's even worth putting 1 point in AP, because you get like a measly 16 AP increase. And I think effect strength is just so good. Let's look how Ultimate Perfect Moth's AP stats look like. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. We should plan ahead. Perfectly... Ultimate, I think that's enough to find it, and it was. Switch back on this window. There it is. Look at it. 3 linear movement, 3 diagonal attacks. That's like similar to pumpkin style movement, just like the other way, like inverted. I love this. Handouts Opain says, I love this game and saw your Kaiba video. Nice, thanks so much. Which is a monster. I have a tattoo. Wow, okay, you're dedicated. I mean, huge respects for that. I used that strategy to beat the game, and thank you. That's so nice to hear. The only thing I'm sorry about for the Kaiba challenge video in general is that I noticed way too late how easy the challenge would be. I figured it would be extremely easy in the latter half of the game, but I wasn't sure if I would really be able to beat the first few opponents that easily. Although, honestly, now that I'm looking back, the moment you get your 4th and 5th Kaiba, it's basically game over. So after the first 2 fights, it's already done business, but... rest assured, Opain, thank you so much for watching. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. I hope you enjoyed the stream as well. And there are more Yu-Gi-Oh! CMC challenges already filmed. Like, we did one on stream with Gate Guardian. If you haven't seen it, I don't want to spoil how far we got. But it was a blast. It was a lot of fun. Some very critical moments, you know. And this will eventually turn into a YouTube video. And also, before I started streaming, I also did another Yu-Gi-Oh! Challenge in this game, which was Exodia themed. So... the video is still not finished. As I said, I had a lot of work going on, but it will be relatively soon, okay? Relatively soon. In the mod, Kaiba is not in the shop. Okay, Margin, okay. I see you doing things a bit differently from all this, but that's okay. I'm very curious how you plan on balancing the campaign. Yeah, committed Kaiba fan is insane. Like, but I get it. It's such an iconic monster, isn't it? Where's my mouse? There it is. 155. I mean, we can still easily summon one of them at the beginning, and the threshold to getting 2 is then 310 AP. But the plus AP is okay, it's solid. Right now, with AP and the plus AP we get, we can move both of them the next turn. So that's important. Summoning one turn 1, and then moving one of them and summoning the other on turn 2. That's the bare minimum we should be able to do, and we can do that with our current AP already, so that's okay. That's completely fine. It actually turned out good that we had to use the same amount of PP as Tristan, because this way we have enough AP now and don't need to worry about any further. So that, I think that settles it. We are so going for 3 effect strength points. I want to see... okay, and we get special ability. Look at this. Moth Hurricane. I have no idea what it's going to do, but we'll see that. And this is the stat I mentioned. Symbol AE rate is going up with each level up. So that's really good. That is so good. Do we need any of this for future? I think Harpy Ladies I will sack in. Maybe I'm going to need them for a future run, and then I don't have to farm them first and then trade them over. That would be very stupid. Mechanical Snail. No, we are taking the Harpy Ladies. A couple of new Karibas are going to be released in the card game. For sure, a thing you can take a look at. I think there's quite a few Kariba monsters already. I think I mentioned it in the video, but maybe it's already more by now. Karibo not in the shop. That's still... I'm not quite sure. Are you going to pull that off, Margin? I am excited. Also, haven't really played the Libra mod yet. I'd be curious, Margin, since you probably have been developing the mod for a while. Was the Libra mod out already when you started working on your ideas? Or was that like a coincidental thing of, hey, someone else is also working on a mod just like me? Or are you even in touch? Like, are you using same tools or sharing information? How's the, I can imagine, rather small CMC modding scene? Isn't even a scene to speak of? Like, are there other people we should have on the radar in terms of content for this game? I would be very curious about that, and now I have overwritten the save state already, but that's okay. Tomb of Ancient Kings. Let's go. Rex. Rex is falling. Good questions. Yeah, I mean, if you're not comfortable with answering any of them, I completely understand, but if you want to share any of that information or these details, I think a lot of us would be interested. Just you, okay, so it's just you working at this, and you started 3 weeks ago. Damn, wow, that's insane. Is it that? Has it become that easy to crack a PS2 game open? I remember people years ago saying that it's actually quite difficult because, like, the way that the code is, do you say compiled or something like that? It's difficult to actually see which bit of information is stored or something like this. I have no idea about programming and things like that, so excuse me if these things sound a bit ignorant, but I imagine it would be pretty hard. But your preview videos make it seem like you're already quite deep into developing it, isn't it? Like it's not even that long until you might be finished. That's at least the impression that I had. I got to build a full Karibo deck. I would love to play the Libra mod for this. Yeah, the Libra mod I think is fantastic. I only played it a little bit yet. I have not finished the run. I started the run twice. I was actually using wind or fire, one of those two. And I mean, it was tough. The Libra mod works so differently than the regular game that it's really nice to see, like to play it. It's like playing a different game. It's the same game for all the things that you love it for, like the aesthetics, like moving the pieces on the board, like the general concept, but a lot of mechanical things are changed to be more challenging, to require more planning ahead in a general campaign type of thinking. Yeah. Margin says, since I work on the achievements... Oh yeah, of course, I've completely forgot you did the achievement set and retro achievements. We might also have to do like a... I mean, you probably know if that's possible or not, but I haven't checked the achievement list yet. Whether it's possible to get all the achievements in one single playthrough. I imagine it might be not possible, but I'd be curious to find out how many of them you could get in one run. And maybe we can do something like this on stream. I'd be quite glad to do that. Maybe that could be a fun little... Maybe a bit of an easier run even in between those more tedious runs. Who knows? I was very familiar with how the game was created. Okay, but that's amazing, of course. So modding the ISO, what is even the correct pronunciation? ISO was not too tough, but that's amazing to hear. I mean, if you have that much experience already, I think you're gonna have an easier time. That's amazing. Achievement requires 4 runs at the minimum. Oh, dang it. Okay, but I mean, that's cool, generally speaking, for like more casual playthroughs. That's great. Do you just rebalance the game or do you put new content? Cut monsters. 18 new monsters sounds very promising. It's actually such a saving grace that there are these cut monsters, because then you can integrate new ideas without having to like really break the game open and try to increase the general amount of monsters. Like, I think that's probably way tougher than just replacing like certain stats and certain attributes and things like that, right? Okay, let us think. Is there any wood in this map? That's the first thing I would really like to know. I was looking in the wrong corner. So this is actually a darkness landform. That's the reason why this guy also plays 2 Karibos, because otherwise it makes no freaking sense for his map type. But this land is so dry. I think it's probably the map with the least amount of wood landform in the whole game, possibly. Yeah, can't wait to play it. Me too. I love that we'll have another mod. Like, don't get me wrong, Oak is, in a lot of ways, Oak is the OG for CMC modding. Not to take anything away from Margin, because creating the achievement set is also insanity, but if it wasn't for the Libra mod and me stumbling across it randomly, like I was researching Tools of the Roses mods, I wouldn't be here playing this game now on stream. I'd already kind of made my peace with this game, and like I played it so many times casually. What else is there to do? But okay, sorry for this rant, and let me just quickly focus on the game. I suppose we're just gonna place them here. I didn't you could get Great Moth this early. Yeah, the first evolution we did was on Weevils. Like, you cannot evolve wood monsters like Petit Moth. You cannot evolve it in the first stage. It's not possible. But what you can do is... Let me just... Yeah, I'll just place it here. I don't even know. I don't want to take away from the stream, but I will be happy to answer questions if it doesn't get too distracting. Yeah, of course. I mean, that would be amazing. I would really love to get some insights. Let me just quickly think up some of the things. Like, the only stats I messed with are the ones of the new monsters. So the rest of the game you leave as is. And you also said, I think in one of your videos I saw that you have like the regular set of monsters for the opponents and also more like the more challenging one. Is that meant as like a new game plus feature when you already finish a run, or is it something you can choose depending on the side you play on, or how, like, is this just a different set of monsters like Joey using Flame Swordsman and Time Wizard, or is that are they higher levels? Like how, like, what is the general concept behind behind your ideas, except for just like, of course, adding unused monsters, which is always cool. And also maybe as a side I mean, I was just saying a lot of questions now, but as a side question thing, like, do you use the unused monsters as they are, or you actually kind of try to change their, like, their pictures and the names and stuff like that, and just leave the 3D models as they are? Because, of course, Black Cluster Soldier, you could also just slap a picture of, say, of, I don't know, freaking, I don't know, Stardust Dragon on it. And just say, this is Stardust Dragon now, change the attributes, change stats, and the 3D model is just the way it is. Did I miss any of the other messages? It's so nice having such a lively stream chat. You guys have no idea that I love streaming in general, especially a game like this. It's so much fun, but it's even more fun when you have people to interact with. And I think it's the bane of any streamer, really, that at the beginning you really don't get viewers. I think it was a decently smart move to use a YouTube channel that already has a few decently popular videos out and then try on there, because, of course, I think YouTube will give me a bit more exposure because of the subscribers and everything, but I think it's always hard trying to build a following as a streamer, not like in terms of financial gain, but just so that the activity itself is even more rewarding and is even more fun for everyone involved. Do I even move this thing in any direction? I mean, I could, but maybe move it in this direction. Okay, I could also move this thing in this direction, just in case. Or maybe in this direction. Okay, maybe now I should also save state something. All opponents, Margin says, all opponents' monsters have been completely redone and repositioned to be more strategic. I mean, that sounds very good. This creates a much larger challenge. Okay, the challenge was making the game hard, but not impossible. Yeah, for sure. Keeping the fun, I agree. Like, what's a bit daunting on the Libra mod, for example, is the difficulty spike from the regular casual game is insane, I think. But if you don't know how to play this game casually, I think at the latest, like late stage 2 or stage 3 in the Libra mod, you probably have no chance of advancing. At least that's my impression. As a veteran, so-called veteran of this game, I love that, but as a casual player, I think that's pretty tough. Marquis says, Wama, did you or are you planning on changing some of the requirements of monster unlocks? Okay, some requirements are very obscure. Like for Celtic, I don't even know how to get Celtic carding in this game. Like, what the hell? Is it like when you do something specific, then it appears in the shop, but otherwise it doesn't, and something like that? There are a few of these, right? I kind of remember some of that. Okay, now time to play the game. Been yapping a lot. Now we need to get serious. What is the special ability, by the way? Moth Hurricane inflicts damage on all enemies within attack range. The attack equals 132 points. But that's a pretty weird range. Like, it's the Exodia Summoned Lord attack range, which is quite a pain to play with. Don't want to spoil any YouTube things, but you will see for yourself very soon. Okay, let me just save slot this because I'm kind of losing focus here. I love reading the chat as well because the topic is also very interesting. So I don't recall all of them, but there's Black Skull Dragon, nice. Harpy's Pet Dragon, cool. Maybe the rest should be surprised. Okay, I respect that. I would also like you not to spoil the whole set. I would like to have some surprises then when playing the mod. So I haven't found out how to change the requirements for the special monster unlocks, but I can change those monsters, which will happen. That's cool. That's very cool. Only one question. Any god card? Okay. Yeah, I see where you're going. And I see where you're going. For Celtic Enemy, you have to lose a lot. What? You have to lose? Oh my god, that's incredible. That is insane. Okay, these things won't be able to reach us here, so we could do... maybe something like this? Okay, wait, to Celtic Guardian you must surrender 20 times between areas 1 and 4. You can do it however you like. Okay, I see. It's like 10 times or so, not in the base game? Wait, what do you guys mean? What's not in the base game? The 10 times or the 40 times? Oh, does this game even have god cards? I mean, the regular game doesn't. Which I think is probably for the better, but... I mean... who's to say, right? Which attack should I worry about more? Like, if I place it here... no, that's not good. We will tank 2 thunder attacks, but I think we can take that. We are strong enough for this. There are no god monsters, but if I could meet someone who knows how to create models, that would be insane. And want to work with me, we can put them in. It wouldn't be too hard, to be honest, to find out how to change. I mean, at this point, I would have almost suggested maybe you mod creators could also possibly collaborate, but I think since both of you already have your own projects and your own visions, sometimes that also can, you know, muddy the waters more than is good for either project. So maybe the community can also just grow enough so that multiple people can have parallel projects with stuff like this. You could learn 3D modeling things in a PS2 game. I mean, I have no idea how difficult that would be, but I'm pretty certain that I couldn't, but maybe you have the prerequisites that would be required for this. I could make a soundtrack for the mod, probably. I don't have much experience with production, just a little bit. But, I mean, I play guitar pretty well. I mean, I do it for a living, kind of, so... for whatever that's worth. And I've written quite a few songs and pieces over the years for different instruments lineups, so actually writing some music for a video game is definitely a goal at some point in the future. It's just not something that I'm really able to chase right now because there's so many other things going on that I'm trying to do. It's just not feasible at the moment, but sometime, at some point, we will hopefully get there. Okay, 97 damage. We can remember this. Maybe could be good, could be good. Okay, wow, this is so ridiculous. We mentioned this last week, that Rex, for some reason, sends his non-darkness monsters into these pits, and they just get damaged. Sorry, his non-earth monsters, because even though this field, this has, like, darkness landform, unlike the surrounding pieces, it's an earth effect that will damage all monsters that are not earth monsters. Okay, let me quickly think again. My brain is on fire right now. It's going like blah, blah, blah. The randomizer will be insane. Okay, I'm definitely looking forward to this. I will be supplying with tools for people to modify the game. That's amazing. That's actually very nice of you. The tool will let you mod the game however you want and randomize. That's ridiculous. I mean, if you manage to pull that off, you'd be a goat entirely on your own as well. I mean, you already are, because you're also developing a mod for this game. Because what the hell, like, who makes mods for Capsule Monster Coliseum? But as I told you guys, if we manage to make this stream bigger, and we manage to do a few nice challenge runs, maybe they'll do well on YouTube. Maybe some people who don't even know this game will see it, and then they'll have some nice mods to play aside the casual game as well. That'd be the dream. We will make this. I'm not even gonna say the phrase. The political landscape right now is too depressing to use it in a joking manner, but I think you guys know what I mean. Marquis says, I know a 3D artist personally, but not sure if he could a PS2 style model that is compatible. Yeah, I can imagine that's a challenge in its own, right? Figuring out what the hell you need to do to make that work. Okay, but let me just quickly focus on this right here. Margin says, honestly, I regret I didn't just start creating a randomizer from this. Oh no, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Oh my god. Let me load back into this. From the start, because I think the fans can create better mod than I do. I mean, I think some fans would have very good ideas about balancing. I don't think I'm one of them necessarily, but I would like to try out some things maybe if the tool was there for it. And I mean, the way you make things sound, you are on a good path of creating it, so I'd love to see it, honestly. I would love to see it. Damn it, dude. You can't imagine how surprised I was when I saw that Oak made a mod for this game, like that someone in this world actually, for some reason, loves this game enough to do an insane thing like that. And then having someone else now also develop a mod and maybe even a randomizer tool, it's ridiculous. I mean, these are dreams come true. I dreamed of these things when I was a kid. You can't even imagine. I was just like, why didn't they include a New Game Plus run with opponents having all level 9 monsters or some insane shenanigans like that? This could make for some very cool challenge runs as well. Okay, let's just beat up Rex now.
I can still fight. You're not gonna get me to quit.
Okay, that's okay. Handed says, I really want to hunt a copy of the actual Capsule Monsters board game. Oh yeah, I can imagine that's so difficult to find. I love Dungeon Dice Monsters game. Is that also a physical game that's officially released? I mean, I can imagine it must be. But I wouldn't know. I have no idea. Okay. I didn't know that a Capsule Monster board game exists. I mean, it's if we are talking about the same thing, I think it's just like it was a bit of a promo thing from the anime. You have like a little board with the few of the basic monsters, and I don't even know how fun it is to play. I never looked into it, but could also make for a nice YouTube video. Maybe I should also try to get hands on a copy. Maybe it could make some for some fun content. Maybe we can. But what if? I mean, if you build it in something like what's that board game simulator called again? Tabletop simulator. Then it's basically just like playing it on the PS2 emulator, isn't it? Wait, which moth is that? The level 2 moth, right? Yeah, that's actually the one I would like to deal finishing blows to his symbol. But these moths, especially because of their mobility, I think they will turn this run in... Hopefully not into a joke, because then it would be boring again, but... I don't know. Emil is back home. Welcome back. Where are we at? We've been talking a lot with Margin here, who's developing possibly the second ever Yu-Gi-Oh! CMC mod, and also a randomizer tool, it seems, to make it possible for other people to also do their own rebalancing of the game and stuff like that. So that's insane. Because we were talking so much and I was basically reading out every chat message aloud, we have not really made a lot of progress, but we beat Rex very convincingly. We also beat Mai before, but I think you saw that, right? Maybe you didn't. Mai was also mostly an easy fight. Yeah. And we have both moths at level 3. Moth Hurricane, We also got the symbol level up, of course, put all 3 points straight into effect strength because boosting the AP was not worth it. We realized that. Steel Scorpion level 4, Lizard level 4. Amazing. We don't need any of these, so let's just get rid of that. Tristan beats opponent number 10, and we are officially going to stage 3, guys. That's so hype. Oh my god, maybe now I can actually manage to shout, to not shout while I talk with my headset on. There it is, area cleared, so nice. Next evolution is on Pegasus stage. I do think so. I think we need level 4 for Perfectly Ultimate, but we can actually check now. Let me save slot on slot 1. I mean, look at this. Moonlit Cherry Blossoms, I think, could also be a potential candidate, right? Actually created a Dungeon Dice Monsters Windows app years ago. Okay, wow, interesting. Never released it because I was afraid of the legality. I mean, of course, with some of these companies, you have to be careful. That's understandable. Someone is making a 3D version of DDM. Okay, that sounds also pretty cool. Tristan is a real king of games. I don't know about that. What I do know is that we only have 20, like you can still see this from my camera, right? We have only 20 landform here. So it's not looking too good, but maybe there are some... Imagine there was like one corner only that they like hid that has barely enough landform for these evolutions, and everywhere else is not possible, and you just have to find it. But something is telling me that this might not be the case. Now that I'm going through all of this, it's actually looking quite bleak. Yeah, it seems like this is not the fight to pursue. No, that's okay. Don't you need 40? Oh, I mean, Emil, you're right. We might even need more than this. If we do end up needing 40, though, I might just have to go into private tool and fuse it there and evolve it there, because I don't even know if we will encounter such a map. Maybe Shizu on stage 4, but I don't even know. Yu-Gi-Oh! CMC Evolutions. Yeah, level 4, 40 wood. And look at this, the Ancient Tree of Enlightenment also has an evolution into Trent, which doesn't even appear to be that strong of a monster at all, but it's like... Wait a minute. You need level 3, but you need 50 wood to evolve it. Like, what the hell is that? Where are you supposed to do this? I mean, Odion is also not a good pick. I think the driest stage in the whole game. Probably not a lot growing there. But Pegasus might be our saving grace. Oh, 30. It's only 30. Oh, guys, I think this could become problematic. Not gonna lie. This is not good. Ultimate is Shadi 2 RNG. Oh yeah, Shadi 2 with the dragon, right? Or Kaiba 2? Are you serious? That would be disappointing, honestly. That would be quite disappointing. But wait a minute, did we have 40 wooden Weevil stage at any point during the duel? Because if we did, I would honestly suggest, simply to make this challenge a bit more interesting and fun to watch, that we just go into a separate free duel and evolve them there, because the game, like, it's a built-in mechanic, right? The flowers also, yeah, just 30. That's a shame. Wait, but what about Pegasus 2? I hope it's type in... No way. I hope it's a typo in document. You think? I have no idea. But what about Pegasus 2? Because we can choose the side where we can have wood tiles. How much do they affect the map? Do we know that? Does any of you guys know? I have no idea. You can probably see it in one of my... Actually, let me check this. Now that we're at it, let's just do this. real quick. Let's do this real quick. Let's go to my live stream tab. When did we do Pegasus? Hope it's not gonna get loud now. I have it on mute. There's this Ishizu too. Did I ever check the fields there? No, wait, there's Pegasus. I'll show you guys here with me. There's the VOD. Did I ever check the field properties? This is the question now. And it's not loading. Oh my god, that was way too far. Okay, let's go a bit back. Okay, okay. Okay, but now finding a moment where I pressed square on one of these tiles is probably not very feasible. Maybe Pegasus 2, but I don't think so. Handed says, yes, Pegasus 2 works. Go check in one of your other saves. I mean, I could do that. I could do that. Maybe that's not a bad idea, honestly. I might have not checked the field info because you don't really need to typically. Oh, wait. What about... Completely forgot this one. Marik has cubes on his stage with various element effects. He also has a wood cube. We know that. It's right to our side of playing, isn't it? Only 30. Are you kidding me, dude? Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on. Why? Is Perfectly Ultimate the only evolution that requires that many points? We are so looking this up now. Evolutions. No, it's not. We have a Root Water and Penguin Soldier both need 40 water. And Dark Magician, because there is Magician of Black Chaos in this game. That way I can show you again. Like, this one requires 60 dark, but this is actually something you can easily find on some stages. Dark Witch? What's Dark? Oh, that's that one, right, okay. 50 wood again. Like, where you're gonna find 50 wood? Are you kidding me? Okay, how about instead of that, we shortly check the VOD from last week in Weevil, because I don't even remember how much wood was there on Weevil stage. Let me just quickly find the VOD again. Wait a minute, why? That's interesting. That is quite interesting. Did I not set this up properly and I didn't even notice? I promise you, because I remember how much of a... Shadi 2, you get 50 wood. Okay, I promise you how much of a pain it was to evolve to Trent. Yeah, okay, I can imagine that. You went through this. So Shadi 2 will work, but that's quite late. Devin Bruns, I completely mistaken you for someone else. Welcome to the stream, man. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for participating in the chat as well. Damn it, I didn't even know someone else started commenting the stream. Sorry for missing that. And thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you have a nice day. Next evolution, yeah. Shadi 2. Oh my god, but that's so late, Shadi 2, isn't it? And I just noticed I messed up the screen resolution for the game during the last stream. Do you see the game in widescreen? Right now, for those of you watching, do you see it wide? Does it fill out your whole 9:16 widescreen, or is it like 4:3 original PS2 resolution? Because that's what happened last week's stream, because my PS2 emulator always keeps resetting the settings for some reason, resulting in me having to you know, do things differently every, like reset, do the whole setup again with the settings every time. Yeah. I think you guys know what I'm saying. I can't find it right now where I checked Weevil stage. Oh, wait, I'm checking it right here. I'll show you in a second. Devin said, just get Brian's wait, Devin Buns, yeah, sorry for mispronouncing. Just got done watching a Kaiba challenge. This game is very underrated. Thank you so much. I'm glad you liked it. The challenge itself was not that exciting. It was way too easy, but we've done a few challenges ever since that are way more interesting. So I hope you have fun watching these as well. And guys, it's 30 wood. It's 30 freaking wood. Let me show you. Look at this. You don't see... Yeah, this is where I put my cam on top to check the field. And the map doesn't have a wood effect. But I think... What happens when Weevil? When this glow up happens. You see this? Like, these things? It's full screen to me, that's amazing. That's good, so it's working out this time around. Maybe once this effect kicks in, maybe we have more wood power on the field. It would be worth trying, wouldn't it? Does the map attribute also count towards this, or does it have to be the field only? That's also a question. Maybe one of you knows that. Because I have no idea. I generally have no idea. It adds light. It only adds light. Oh my god, that's what I suspected, but I didn't want this to be the reality of things. So Shoddy 2 or maybe Pegasus 2, is that really... I mean, there's one thing that will be interesting from this. If we set up a rule that I have to evolve the thing as early as possible, then we'll have level 1 monsters for the last 2 fights, which would be quite interesting. Field only. Oh my god, that sucks. That completely sucks. But yet again, another like little bit of depth in this game, especially for a challenger like this. So I suspect, like, I guess we're just gonna play stage 3 any way we want, because apparently it doesn't matter for our evolutions. Pegasus, let's go. So I just could check on free battle mode and one on your complete saves. Oh yeah, actually that's true. I completely forgot that I can just go in free duel on one of the other ones. Let's actually take the time to do this. Save the slot 2. Move the camera, so... Oh my god, not this one. Jeez, that was wrong. Move the camera thing. Let us save one more time. Yeah, square 2, like, of course you never know, because we don't need 50, we only need 40. I mean, we could also factor in as a surprise factor. I honestly don't think Pegasus 2 works because I tried to evolve a Haniwa and it wouldn't let me. Haniwa probably, right? Actually, I mean, Emil, you're completely right. We could do this right now, but now that I think of it, why not have it as a surprise moment and just see where we land once we get to stage 4, because we haven't even earned the ticket to stage 4 yet. Screw it, we are doing stage 3, we will just blast through the opponents now and then we'll take a look for ourselves. Because even if it's on stage 4 instead of stage 5, right now it doesn't matter. It really does not. With that being said, slot 1 and we're going Pegasus. Okay, if Haniwa doesn't work... Oh my god, this soundtrack on double speed kills me every time. But it's so... It's such a great soundtrack. Okay, Haniwa does need 40 Earth, so if that one didn't work out, then our strategy also won't. That'd be crazy that you need to rely on RNG from Shoddy 2 in order to get perfectly ultimate, or wait until the final boss. Maybe they intended it as, like, I don't know, something that you get for beating the game. You can finally do the last evolution and have your strong boss monster, something like that. Saving, please. Yeah, exactly. It's how I evolved my Great Moths in Pegasus 2, also best soundtrack in the game. Wait, so it's possible or not? Like, Devin says it's not possible, Handed says it's possible, if I understood you correctly. Then we will just have to see and put this dispute to rest once and for all. In a lot of other games, you could just Google something like this and someone on Reddit would have already asked the question and someone else would have already answered. But this game is so obscure. But I agree, whoever wrote it before, I think it was Devin, right? This game is underrated. It really is. There's so much fun you can have with it if you get a little bit creative. And the game doesn't do it for you, but it's still a blast playing it. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't even know, guys. I don't even know. Does it really matter? Our moths are so strong.
It's time to...
This track is going so hard. Okay. This is why we need a CMC Discord to share this info, because the online guides aren't accurate. Exactly. I mean, there is a Discord for Oak's mod, like the Libra mod. And I don't know if they discuss other things about the game in general there, but there's lots of discussions on upcoming changes in the mod. So the community there, I think, is not too big, but it is thriving, I think. So maybe this can also become a place for general CMC discussions, maybe also for other mods and stuff like this. I mean, but it all depends on if Oak would be willing to do that, or who would be monitoring channels like these. Plus, I have lots of questions on how base CMC differs from Libra. That is actually a good point. We'd need a wiki to show all the changes, because so many things are different in Libra mod, I think. I'll just move forward now and hope that it's not a bad idea. But some of these online guides are really inaccurate or missing so much info that it's crazy. Completely impossible to rely on them or do anything substantial there. I love this sound, even in double speed. Like, I don't care when I hear parts of this melody, I'm just happy, you know. It really, it's crazy. Probably a lot of nostalgia around it, but it's for some reason my brain releases happy chemicals when I hear it. It's crazy. Music can also have such a crazy effect on one's emotions. But it's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Let's place it here. Okay, now we can pull the same shenanigans that we had before. This thing cannot attack us, even though the Scorpion can attack it. So I think we'll just seize the opportunity. Do some extra damage, because why not? Why not? But now I am not entirely sure where to move. Maybe like this? Yeah, let's hope it's good. I mean, for sure, this dude is shredding the violin. I mean, at this speed, he certainly is. I think if you're like a professional violinist and you generally specialize in speed, you probably can play this very clean, I can imagine. Although I don't really know where the cutoffs are for violin, where things generally just start sounding muddy no matter how clean you play them. Because each instrument has their own limitations in this regard. Okay, now we need to plan ahead a little bit. He's going so hard, it's crazy. Okay, so we cannot finish this thing. Which is a shame. But I guess I shouldn't be afraid of attacks from these. Generally, like for my moths, I don't need to be afraid of any attacks, I think. But we still can't finish this thing. But we could, with the Scorpion, we can finish it. And then this moth can attack the Penguin, but the Penguin will attack the Scorpion. And what would happen then? This thing would move here, also attack the Scorpion. We can't do that. That's Scorpion's gonna get destroyed. If a Discord like that is created, you can invite me. Maybe I should make a Discord server, just not sure there's enough interest. I mean, dude, once your mods and tools release, I think the interest will definitely increase. And maybe having a general CMC mod, not a mod, but a general CMC Discord for general things, and then maybe subcategories for individual mods and stuff like that could be beneficial. Someone would have to monitor it, and God knows I don't have the time or resources, and frankly, I wouldn't also care to do something like this, but maybe someone else would. And would is the exact right word for this, because now I need to do a move, and I'll just decide on this one. Because this thing also can't really reach us at this point, so we'll just... Let's just move back a little. Yeah, I like the time. I mean, honestly, it's a time-consuming endeavor, and like, who would want to do this? Like, again, I certainly wouldn't. I wouldn't get any enjoyment in my day-to-day life out of modding like in Discord. For even though I love the game, like just managing the thing, like also having to polish people when they start, you know, going overboard with shit talking and like posting inappropriate things and stuff like that, which always happens when a community gets bigger. I just wouldn't want to deal with any of that directly. It's so, I imagine it's so annoying to have to do any of that. Like just spare me all of this, please. Okay, I think we will do something like this. Get the first attacks with the lightning monsters in. And then finish off with our wood monsters because we can't one-shot. The attack power is not that great on these monsters. We cannot forget that, so we still have to play around this fact. Right now, this YouTube channel is my hub. You might be a good spokesperson of our community. Again, I really don't know about this. Let's give me a couple months and see if I can really do the streaming thing and occasionally dropping a video consistently, somewhat, and then we'll talk. But I appreciate it, man. I feel honored. I genuinely do. I just don't want to put on any shoes that don't fit, at least not yet. Marquis says, one more different question about your mod. Will it only work on a specific version of CMC, like the English version, or will it work on any version? Oh, that's an interesting thing. Like, I think the Libra mod works only on the US version, right? But is that due to, like, FPS issues and stuff like this? Or is it just that the tool, like the program, tries to find one specific instance of the game and can't do it with other ones? Is instance even the right word? I have no idea. What I do know is that we can one-shot this Haniwa. Was that Haniwa? I think it was. And probably claim victory soon here. Okay, this thing... I always forget its exact movement pattern, so I have to keep checking. Just so we don't get clobbered here. Unfortunately, the different regions of CMC differ significantly due to the language options, so only NTSC. But if enough demand exists, I will create support for the other versions. This includes the achievement sets. Okay, that's good to know. It's all about the lineup of the data on the disk. Okay, yeah, I imagine that alone is the one defining factor probably for how a modding tool or like a program affects the game. I only have it on my phone. I don't have PC, so I can't play online or learn the mod myself. Oh yeah, I see. I mean, phone is difficult. I guess it's probably going to take a while until PlayStation 2 modding will become a viable option on mobile phones, right? Kill the symbol and leave one piece to send a message to the other opponents on the stage. I mean, the symbol does yield more XP. That would be pretty good. And we can dodge this thing. So honestly, we'll probably do this. I mean, actually, we can't really dodge it that great. Or can we? Both are level 4 now. Now we could evolve. Now we could evolve if we had the necessary tools for it. But if we move just to the side of this piece, it can't attack us, right? Okay. You can use the mod on your phone. Really? You just patch the original ISO. So, oh, so you permanently like change the ISO file? Is it like that? Because the Libra mod right now works in a way that you have to have the game running and then also start the program, and it basically patches the game temporarily or something like this. It's very possible. Just would take a little patience. Okay, would copy the ISO on my PC. Would do that anyway for safety back. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Look what kind of things apparently become possible when you actually know what you're doing with these things. Okay, crazy. That is crazy. Well, I thought it only worked in the PSX MU. Oh, those are... Now we are asking the interesting questions. Okay. I think it's time that Pegasus learns his place. We need to close in on him finally. And like, what is this thing even doing here? That's really something I didn't plan properly. Can I move this thing here without it getting destroyed? I think one attack is tankable, isn't it? Libramont runs terrible for me, puts the game on halt. Okay, I have no idea. I don't remember having issues like that, but again, I haven't played it that much. Maybe it's not optimized very well or something like that. Nope, I'm testing the mod on an Android. Works fine. Wow, okay, but that would be insane. Okay, now we have to start to be a bit more careful. But I think next turn it's GG's. Enjoy the last few seconds of the soundtrack because Pegasus will fall in a matter of seconds, as I just said. There it is. And... wait a minute, but... I'm curious. Badineri, like, ah, damn it, Emil, I forgot to listen to that piece. I completely... I didn't have it on my mind at all. I still need to catch up to that. Because I'm really curious how similar it is. This sucks, dude. This ability is really not good. We're just gonna do a regular attack. Oh, I mean, we could look at the animation, actually. Let's just look at it, because why not? Okay. How much AP did that use? What? Did you see this? Look at the AP count. Does this use all of your AP by default? That's ridiculous. That is insane. Maybe you can kill the piece and the symbol. No, it's way too weak. Like, you mean if I weaken it beforehand? We could try. We could try. Let's try something like this. But aligning both of them... The symbol is weak already. The monster will get weak. Is it an SP range? It is. Okay, what if we do something like this? So, if we deal this much damage, the SP will actually destroy it. It would also destroy the symbol. So now, we'd have to bait this thing onto a tile where we can hit both of them. Don't know how we're going to do that, but... that's an interesting idea. But how are we gonna... like, he's moving further and further away from the symbol. Okay. Now we'd have to stand here to pull it off. That's... that is not gonna happen. Okay, how about we just... I'll give this a few minutes. If it doesn't work out the way we intended, I'll just end the fight. Because now he's not even moving his piece. Yeah, I think this... probably not really work. Probably not gonna work at all. Maybe I need to be on attackable tiles for this to really trigger the opponent. Maybe like this. Come on, Pegasus. Okay, he's just gonna run away. Did you have it already? Could have attacked the piece with the other moth. Oh, sorry. No, actually I couldn't have because the damage is not enough. The damage was not enough because this thing will only do like 60 something damage and we only did like 170 attacks, something like that. So it wasn't enough, and we didn't have any... like, the other moth would do the same amount of damage because they're the same level. Oh wait, but actually maybe it wasn't on a grass field. Let me check. Maybe the grass field would make a difference. But then again, I can't hit both of them because the targeting range is so specific. I would have to stand in this tile, then I think this is probably going to fruitless, because if I was standing in this tile to hit the symbol when it moves over there, his monster cannot be on a tile that I can hit with the ability. Maybe you can roll back if you move Scorpion accordingly and buffed it. Okay. Maybe, but I'll be completely real with you. I don't have the patience to do that right now, I think. Because I really want to see what's lying behind stage 4. Maybe if we have, like, maybe if the save slot before is not too far away, we could try this. Because it is a neat idea. But I don't want to put too much time on it, you know what I'm saying? Let's give it a couple of turns. And then we can move on. Gonna get a hit, that's okay. I mean, now would be the perfect opportunity if this thing was already here. But I don't think that would have been possible. Full board wipe would be cool. I mean, you are right, it's worth a try. But is there any way we can get this moth over here at an early... Okay, I didn't save that. It seems like there isn't. Okay. That's a shame, because if the moth was over there a bit earlier, maybe we'd have a shot at this. Because then I could pop the SP now. You know what I'm saying? Sadly, I don't really think this helps my case. But what if we just try like this? Weaken this thing a little bit. This could be enough. Yeah, maybe if I move it like this, could that be a feasible strategy? Do the mind games we have to do now to manipulate the AI, but maybe we can do something? Yeah, still desperation move by Pegasus. Okay, but no, we weren't even aligned properly either way, so... Oh my god. This is such a dumb position to try this on. Is there anything we can do? How are we gonna do this? I have no idea. Okay, this is a side quest now. We're just gonna try to take this because it would be pretty cool. Move the top moth to one left. Oh! Now, what if we can we do something? What if we move it over here? How about this? Come on, come on. Please, Pegasus. Do something. But do the right thing, please. No! No, dude, come on. But it's still not over. It's not over at all. What if we threaten this thing? How is he gonna respond? That's okay. That's completely okay. For one turn only. He's not doing it, dude. He is so not doing it. Wait a minute. But what if we do this? We go here with the Scorpion. We let him attack. We let him attack. just like we've always done. At all in our favor. And now, what if we now move over here? So we threaten this field. We threaten this field. But does the AI even recognize? I don't even know if it recognizes any of this. We threaten this field. So the only sensible thing for now would be to move over here. I mean, we always threaten this with the Moth because the Moth has actually great, like, fitting name. It has really great attack range. Save slot 8, possibly. What if we double threat this particular position? Because the other one we already threat with the Moth. I can't go one right with SPA Moth. I mean, maybe I could, because he still goes there for some reason. But that's okay. What if we just leave him some time, you know? He's gonna move back to the same tile, probably. Now I have no idea what's happening. Now I genuinely have no idea what the hell is even going on. Okay, but wait a second. What if we... What if we did this? I don't even really know what I'm doing right now. Maybe let's go try something like this. Come on, Pegasus. Come on, don't do us like that. Come on. Oh my god, it leveled up. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And now I would need to be on this. Wait, no, wait, okay. He would need, if he... What if I could move this Moth on this tile? And this thing... Okay, I can't move this thing over there. Oh my god, that's such a pain. This is such a freaking pain. Let me think. His element would... Like, his symbol would need to go one down. How can I manipulate it into doing that? Maybe if I do something like this, but I don't attack. What if I do something like this? And we also have to... Oh no, dude, come on. But we need to attack, because we have to also weaken it. Imagine I didn't weaken it enough, and then I popped the SP and it was enough. Could we possibly do it like this? Is he gonna move up? I mean, interesting. Should have stayed there. Wait a minute. I should have stayed there with this Moth. That didn't make any sense what I did before. Because the other Moth can also SP. Doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be that one. Because now this one is also aligned. Maybe we can do it like this. Wish me luck, guys. Wish me luck. If he moves the same way, this is done. I think this is done. No, you... Pegasus, you freaking oh my god. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? Are you serious now? Oh my god. What am I supposed to do? It's like he's actively avoiding it. I think he is. He's actively avoiding this. Because then he'll move down and then he'll move on this space or something like that. Then this thing won't be ready. Wait a minute, what if I don't... What if we do this? I mean, he can't attack, at least we... Okay. We get some time. But now we're not set up correctly. Because it's like the only thing he's avoiding is the SP. It's like, it's as if nothing else mattered. Because if we leave the board as is, and this thing gets another attack, he won't move there. He won't do it. He'll do that. Oh, wait. Wait. He does move there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys. We did it. But did we attack before? We didn't. Oh my god, I'm a moron. No! Wait, okay, I have save slot 9. We can still do this. Okay. Watch this now. I'm sorry this took so long, and I hope we didn't lose any active viewers now because of this. I wasn't really talking a lot. I was just trying to read his freaking mind, even though that's his specialty, but we did it. We can do this. I think at least. Or is the AI gonna react differently now that it has less health? Please no. Come on. Don't tell me he's gonna do it differently. Oh yeah, he did it. Oh my god, we did it. We did it. There it is. Emil, this one's for you. Oh. Is it RNG? I don't think it's RNG, Devin. I've had some situations where I had the opponent stuck in a situation like this, and I was reloading the whole time. Actually, now I want to know. Now I really need to know. We'll set them up in one specific way. I will save state on slot 0. Slot 0. And now we're going to end the turn a few times. I've had Ishizu be in Ishizu 2, for example. I recently had in a challenge where she was stuck and couldn't possibly do anything to win. And she was just passing her turn. And I had, like, actually I had, I think, wasn't that even during the Kaiba challenge? No, that's during the Exodia challenge. I'll spoil that much. I had to fight the first few opponents another time because of a mistake I did during the setup. And in my preparations for that, I was able to beat Duke the exact same way that I had the first time because I placed my monsters on the exact same spots and did the exact same strategy. And I don't think it's actually RNG in this game, because if we load back one more time and do the same thing, I am very confident that he will do the same thing every single time. Let's send battle animations on and see if Great Moth SPA has an animation. We could do that, actually. So I'll pass the turn. This is the only safe square. I don't know how the AI decides that, but it doesn't appear to be... Oh my god, I'm a moron, sorry. It doesn't appear to be RNG at all, and as you can see, anytime I load in, it doesn't really matter on the frame counter. Oh my god, no. Now, we will give Pegasus a slight sliver of enjoyment before he ultimately falls. His monster will get a nice animation attack, and this doesn't look even that bad. It looks half decent, right? But now, yeah, as you can see, I don't think it's RNG at all. I think on each given board state, the AI calculates one option that makes the most sense, even though sometimes it's really nonsensical, and then goes for it. Level 2 doll. It's dying either way. Moth Hurricane. There is an animation. Okay, let's freaking go. Wow, this thing is huge. Nice. That was amazing. That was amazing. It could be, Mr. Maximilian Pegasus. It could be that you lost. I was gonna say it in your own game, but is that really his game? I guess it's a spin-off. Maybe there are some legality issues, I don't know, but... I mean, he stole it from, like, ancient Egyptian artifacts anyway, so does it really matter? Tristan cleared Pegasus, and in a very, very elegant fashion, I might say. Level 5. We pack it in a bag. I will get Ancient Tree of Enlightenment. Maybe we will use the Trend Evolution at some point for some idea. I don't know. Just gonna. I could have also picked a Penguin Soldier. I didn't. That's so weird. So the only exception it makes is if it sees an opportunity to attack, it will deviate from its normal pathing. I don't know. I have no idea how exactly the enemy calculates things. As I said, I had Ishizu 2 on a board state where she could have done an attack, but she wouldn't have destroyed anything, and it was clear that no matter what I do in terms of attacking, I can win either way, and then she just didn't do anything at all. She stopped moving. And I did it like 20 turns. I checked back if that's really something that she will continue on doing, and she did it like for a dozen turns minimum. So from what I found, Majid says, for what I found, some opponents, but not all, have a static setup that they will follow every time, okay? Others are more aggressive. If I give them more AP, they will use... Oh, wow, that's interesting. Like, I think that's the kind of insight you can only get when you actually get into the game and try to change things and parameters and see how they react. That's good to know. I'll just randomly decide now. Bakura is next. And let's just blast through these enemies. Guys, I have a blast playing these things every Thursday evening with you along here. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Thank you so much for participating in the chat. I would also hugely appreciate it if you managed to leave a like on the stream. I think it boosts the algorithm quite a bit. We're of course still at a rather low count because streams just don't garner the same attention that videos do on YouTube, so every single like helps and is hugely appreciated. And usually doesn't take a lot of time anyway, depending on the device you're using. Next up is Bakura, and... What do you mean save slot 2 is empty, dude? Okay, there we go. Thank you for entertaining my insanity. Sure, dude, Emil, I appreciate the idea. For a moment I thought I was like, no, we're probably not going to make it, but... I mean, the idea had some merit because the attack pattern of his doll did align with the range of the special ability, so it was worth a try, and it definitely paid off, so great idea you had. In other words, some of the opponents have opening logic. After the opening, the opponents use the same endgame logic. They appear to have some conditions. One is they avoid diagonals if they can. Okay, also interesting. I don't know the actual speedrunning meta of this game. I know that the yellow lizards, the lightning monsters from the start, aid a great deal in it because they have such good range that you can just run across the field and quickly destroy the opponents. But I imagine that if the opponents don't really act on RNG, that... yeah, I think that's a good position. That... wait a minute. That's okay. I could imagine that speedrunning is fairly solved in a sense, at least in terms of not having that many random things to throw it off, right? One question from me, okay, if I was to give you a patch, how soon could you stream and check it out? Wow, that's a great question. That is a great question. Honestly, if you gave me a patch in advance, we could... I mean, we'd have to talk in detail, like, I wouldn't do it today for sure, because I don't know how long I'm going to be around for today, but stream is planned for next week regularly, so we could even do it as soon as then, honestly, if we can check things out a little bit, dabble a little bit into some of the modding stuff. I would be very inclined to do this, like I would feel honored to have this opportunity. So if that's something that we'd be interested in and do some testing live, we could surely do that. So yeah, let's talk. Let's write a little bit throughout the next days what you would like what time frame you'd be interesting to do this, because that would be pretty cool from my end. I've never seen a crystal and monster wipe at the same time. I don't even remember if I did that. Not even with Obliterate, I think I've ever done that in this way. I can't think of any other situation. That was actually pretty good. Did we get the XP for both kills? I didn't really pay attention, because that would be cool. Then it actually would have paid off. Even more so. It's so great to have monsters that are this mobile. Moving 3 fields instead of 2 makes such a difference. It adds up so quickly. And Gate Guardian was such a pain in the ass to play because of that. Which way are we gonna move this thing? Let's try and focus on... No, that was dumb. Oh my god, that was so dumb. But it's okay, it's okay. We are chilling. There's an achievement for taking out the crystal symbol and monsters. Okay, okay, damn it. Look at this, we would have gotten the achievement now. Damn it. 67 XP, that's pretty good for one attack, isn't it? I mean, when you defeat Joey's crystal the first game with a level 1 monster, sorry, you get 100 XP, I think. You get an instant level up, don't you? But is that because you do it with a level 1 monster, or is that because it's against Joey? Never figured that out. Okay, we save from this thing. We also save from this thing. Wow, that's amazing. Oh my god, I left the attack animation on. Now for your pleasure, Great Moth. Actually, I do have a Retro Achievements account because I have a Steam Deck and I wanted to set up Emu Deck on there, and there you can, like, it's integrated into the whole set of programs. So I made an account for this, and I had troubles with the Cloud Sync feature that you get when you support the project on Patreon, and there was so many problems with it. I think nowadays he set up an own unique service that the developer does himself for the cloud, so I think now it works better. But back when I was trying to set it up, it was really messy, and so I never really got around to play a bunch of retro games. I had some ideas. I wanted to play the early Yu-Gi-Oh games before the early disconnection was announced. Oh my god, we're not doing this. Yeah, sorry, or when I didn't know that the early days collection was a thing. I think it was already teased back then, but I had no idea. So I wanted to play these games. Essentially the plan was to have a video series where I play every single Yu-Gi-Oh game from the Wikipedia list of Yu-Gi-Oh video games, and I would like make videos of like 5 or 6 games at a time and just do like quick reviews and have like a general quick, like a lot of YouTubers do like retrospectives. They do a 30-minute or hour-long retrospective video on individual games, similar to how I have also done on some of the other titles. But I wanted to have something that's a bit more concise and just gives a quick chronological overview. And also because I was just interested in how these games play nowadays. And also wanted to do that with other franchises. Like, in particular, I know this might sound very weird and off-topic, but there's a lot of SpongeBob SquarePants games for various consoles, and also was a little bit of a dream of mine to just play through the whole catalog once and just see how weird and obscure some of these titles are, but also how good some of them are, because there's actually quite a few gems in the catalog. And what the hell is this? Are you telling me that this is real? And we can't SP, there's not enough range. Are you honestly telling me this is real? We are probably going to do that. Okay, another one. And for the next attack, I'm going to turn it off, I promise. So those were just some ideas. Emil says, I told you wood is OP. I mean, yeah, it kind of seems like it. The mobility is insane, dude. Okay. We are going to do this. I think now the run is reaching a point where the next few battles will probably be pretty easy, simply also due to the fact that we're not counted by light monsters like we usually always are on every other challenge that we did. I think now it's going fairly nicely. We don't even need our symbol as a meat shield, which is also a very refreshing experience. Creature from the Krusty Krab is my favorite. Wait a minute, was that the weird one? That had like this very Fever Dream-like weird sequences? Because I remember I found that really interesting, but I haven't played it in many, many years. I think that's the one, right? I know people love Battle for Bikini Bottom. I also played Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. It was fun, but honestly it wasn't that nostalgic to me, and the one that I played as a kid mostly, there were 3 mainly. The first one was the one PSP game, the Yellow Avenger, and I think that game really sucks complete balls. Another one was, the German name was, I don't even, Film Up. The English name was like Cameras, Lights, Pans, I think. Like the mini game collection, the party game collection. That was a lot of fun. And the third one was the game, the movie, the game, which is I think either the successor or the predecessor of Battle for Bikini Bottom, because it plays very similarly. And these are my nostalgia games from the franchise, and I would really love to take a more detailed look into that franchise and these games, and just see what else is hidden in there, because it could be fun, wouldn't it? Maybe also do some of that on this channel on stream at some point in the likely not so near future. Oh yeah, and that was Creature from the Krusty Krab. Yeah, for sure, that was the weird one. I really need to play that one again. I have no idea how it actually plays nowadays. Racer SpongeBob, Superhero Patrick, Giant Plankton. Yeah, I remember Superhero Patrick. That was, as a kid, I remember I had no idea what was going on. That's pretty much the only thing I remember. Okay. I don't think leveling up ruins your ability to evolve either, right? No, it shouldn't. As far as I'm concerned, as far as I remember, it doesn't, and I'm pretty sure about this. So you can just keep buffing Great Moth. Yeah. And that will be quite a shocker, because moving from like a very high level Great Moth down to a level 1 Perfectly Ultimate will be quite the downsize in power. So we can already expect that to be quite shocking. Wood against wood is okay, works out decently. Symbol needs to move to safety as well. Play the Atlantis one on the DS. I don't know if the DS games often tended to have completely different mechanics than their like PS2 counterparts, but the Atlantis game on the PlayStation 2 was not that great. I think I also played that one when I was younger, but I don't have many fond memories for that, and I can imagine that the quality might have not been that great. Okay. Do we one-shot Karibu? I think we do, right? Okay, we're not going to try to do the same thing now. We did it once, it took a little bit, it was a great experience, but I think now we're just going to delete Bakura and move on quickly. Not really. Perfectly Ultimate has insane stats right off the gate. I'm curious. I never in my life used Perfectly Ultimate in this game, so it will be a first for me. I'm quite excited. Symbol strength will be full. That's also true. But then again, the same is true for Great Moth, right? So you think it's not going to feel a bit like downsizing in the first instance. But since that's the case, I think buffing effect strength first will be more important, since we don't need much more AP. Luckily, the moths don't get more AP cost, so I think we're quite Gucci there. Level 5, amazing. Level 5, that's so good. Yeah, right, that's scary too, doing that when you got a Lejin and Meteor Dragon to worry about. I mean, Lejin, you're right actually, Kaiba in the final fight will have 2 monsters that will be quite daunting for us. Didn't even think about this, but you're right. You see the save file? Yeah, you see that. I haven't really gotten quite far, but will also be a fun run for sure. Yeah, symbol strength first. It's just sometimes when you know you're going to use very specific monsters, you need to figure out if you have enough AP to get attacks in and move things. If you end up with a team where half of the time you can't even move any of your pieces, then it can get quite dangerous quickly. So next up, I don't know, let's just pick Odion, because why not? I want to get to stage 4 and see, check the maps for ourselves. This track really doesn't work at double speed, I feel like.
So you are the one known as Yuki.
But his voice is insane, dude. So you are the one with Yugi.
It's time to duel. Here I come.
It's time to duel, Yugi. Odion has 2 Fire Reapers. Only one, I think. Nice. I'm pretty sure it's only one. But it's level 3, so we gotta be careful. Yeah, there it is. I should just sort by level. Okay, got all 4. Let's go. Although, if you want to think about choosing up his symbols, PP, let the opponent use it like a punching bag. Oh, well, it beats on their monsters. Yeah, usually this is not... I don't think that's that viable if I didn't go for this route right from the start, because you can have crazy high PP right from the start if you don't use a lot of MP to buy many monsters in the beginning. And if you don't want a lot of AP, then you can get like 900 plus PP easily. And for some of the challenge runs, we definitely needed that, but I don't think we're going to need it here. The Odion card has been released in the TCG not too long ago. The card named The Man with the Mark is basically just Odion. What the hell? There's a card in the TCG? I had no idea. Okay, so our lightning monsters were probably not going to do a lot in this fight, but that's okay. We don't want to risk losing them because the attack boost from the Steel Scorpion could come in handy at some point. Maybe against Marik. But even mixing in German words now because I'm already so fried in the brain. But maybe it could help against Marik since his Darkness monsters do have quite a lot of PP as well. Gotta be careful about that. So a one-shot to them will probably not be very realistic. But what you mentioned, Devin, about the eye being too smart, I didn't notice that different opponents had like seemingly different priorities when it comes to attacking our symbol instead of attacking our monsters in certain situations. It felt like at some point later on in the round they just started to do it differently. And what the hell, I never paid attention. Is this the symbol type that Odion usually plays? This one is really cool, like these spinning things. Is that supposed to be a snake or something? It looks better from this distance though. Also someone that 3D models could include, like a few new 3D models for the symbol statues or something like that. Could be cool, but probably way too much work when you consider how little enjoyment it probably gives. Okay, maybe we set up somehow something like this. I swear I don't think it is. I also don't think it is, honestly. Some opponents certainly still attack into the symbol, but on some of them I was surprised that they didn't. The first one, I think, during one of the playthroughs was Rex, where I was surprised that he didn't go for the symbol. He was just starting to attack my Exodia pieces. But again, once again, something you will see on YouTube very soon. He usually uses this statue. Is it something that changes depending on which element you pick? But that would be pretty cool.
Yes. Nice attack, Yugi, but
Just out of curiosity. Oh yeah, this is... I mean, he could not retaliate. He actually wouldn't be able to. How about we just do it? Feels slightly illegal, but it's gonna be fine. Don't want to lose pieces, but I think we can avoid it. There's the Fire Reaper. Let's hope we can clear a couple more opponents before the final showdown. I should have moved the Scorpion forward so we can SP whenever necessary. Haha, okay, 50 damage is very negligible. What I seriously wonder is why the camera sometimes moves after the opponent has played their turn. And sometimes it moves at an angle that's not an available angle to otherwise pick. Like, you can have 4 different perspectives, I think, rotating in 90 degrees on the field. But sometimes the opponent, to me, it seems like it moves the camera in a way that completely realigns you to I don't know, to something entirely different. Could be wrong though, of course. But it doesn't feel like it. Okay, message received. Gotta be a bit more careful with these. No, I didn't get the attack off. I mean, that's okay. But wait, is it really? No, we are getting this attack. And after that, we are gonna save slot differently. Okay. Use Steel Scorpion SPA more often. I probably should. It's quite potent, and especially in this fight, it will come in handy. There again, the camera, like, it's not as it was before, right? Or am I just hallucinating? How about we do a complete change of strategies here? I mean, it has limited uses. I think it's like 2 uses or something, so I don't want to overdo it as well. Okay. Oh, well, this would have been... No, actually wouldn't have, because I wouldn't have been able to reach it with the Scorpion anyway, so it's okay. But I think at this point it's quite safe to say that Odion is not an opponent we need to fear. Who else are we missing? We still miss Bandit. We are still missing Bandit Keith. Damn it, dude. We have quite a road ahead of us, don't we? Okay, now it's getting quite quite tight. Now we could do something like this. 35 extra points. Will it make a difference? No idea. Sadly, not really. Oh my god, that was not supposed to happen. Watch out for Reaper. Yeah. We'll have to be careful. I suppose something like this is probably our best strategy right now. Could also do something like this. And he can use this thing to attack us over here, and he can use this thing to attack us, like... How about we just move it somewhere else? Was this a smart move? I don't know. Oh my god. Forgot that the Reaper can also attack my non-wood monsters. Okay, let's do the entire thing again. Yeah, Devin, you're right, it does complicate things a little bit. But it's okay. Now we are leaving this one here. And this one, we can just leave it here. That's okay. But now that I don't think there's anything I overlooked. That's completely fine. We need to take these little chunks of damage. That is negligible and necessary. The cool thing is... Ah, damn it. And the Scorpion power would not be enough to do the rest of the damage, sadly. That's okay. How much are we missing here? It's still not enough. We could damage boost it, but it's not enough to just... What? Oh my god. Okay, but that's a good thing that we have the Lizard. So we can two-shot Fire Reaper. And I think this is something we need to do. First things first. Way too much attack to risk it. I think we could destroy this thing with Steel Scorpion, but then this thing is gonna attack right into it, so not something I'm willing to risk. Just get a nice clean attack off on this thing. Level 6, amazing. Okay, I think after this fight I will take a short break. Probably gonna grab a snack and do like a toilet break and stuff. We actually have been streaming for quite a while without the break. I think this is the first time. Usually I have to imagine. Let me just quickly check if there's anything. Yeah, I need to move. It might only be level 2 as well. I think it's level 3. I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves me right. It should be level 3, right? Usually I drink so much water and other things throughout the day that I'm on the toilet like at least a dozen times a day. Just give me a second here.
Every move is another step in achieving my future.
Moth over 300 PP. Actually, oh my god, that is insane. That is insanity. Okay, now we need to start and clear some of these monsters because Odion is putting up a much better fight than I would have ever expected, honestly.
If this, I will have every...
I didn't expect that. The fight is much closer than anyone could have predicted. He doesn't do a lot of damage, but he has a lot of pieces, and these pieces do damage. They crumble our monsters away one hit at a time. Okay, let's just trade blows until the light monster eventually arrives. Maybe I'll move it over there so we have a bit more attack range as well. Something like this. I think this is good. This should be a good setup. We are like, imagine if one of our moths would fall in this battle against Odion, against freaking Odion. Could you imagine that? I certainly couldn't. But what is scary about all of this is... Okay, this moth can destroy this thing. Oh, a lizard can go for this attack. I don't think we're destroying the symbol right now. It's a bit too risky for me, personally. A bit too risky for my liking. We could use Steel Scorpion to finish it off, but I think the XP is better capped on our stronger pieces. Even though none of them really gain any substantial XP from this anymore. But Odion is cleared. No casualties. I mean, Odion needs to go into a separate bracket from the early opponents because he really put up a good fight. Maybe I also just had a bad strategy going at this and was way too lenient and not careful enough, but honestly, when you have two giant flying insects that do so much damage and tank so many attacks, how could you not be? Level 6, amazing. Okay. Wonderful. So far so good, guys. 2 more fights and we would officially clear the goal that I somewhat set for the stream at the very start. That would be amazing. Maybe we can even advance a little bit further. We will see how the rest of the stream goes and how my voice does. But for now, I will take a short break, probably 10, maybe 15 minutes max. Just gonna let some fresh air in, grab a snack, eat a few bites, go to the bathroom. And I will see all of you guys here very soon. Don't go anywhere for some more Capsule Monster action. See you in a minute. Alright people, we are so back, and now I just realized I forgot to open the window. Had some other things to do in the break. We're gonna do that a little bit later, but I did prepare myself some food. Gonna eat that along with the play. If my chewing noises happen to be way too munchy and way too salivating, then of course just tell me to move my microphone a little bit. I think it's gonna be fine. And we have 2 more opponents to clear from stage 3, and I think something's telling me that Bandit Keith could be a good opportunity, like a good next pick. So why don't we just start right again? And I see Margin Wama said see you next time. I hope you meant next time in 15 minutes, or maybe you also had to leave. If that's the case, sorry to see you go, but of course glad that you had the time to tune in today again. Hopefully gonna see you next time as well. There it is, Bandit Keith. I forgot what his stage is actually called. No idea. Okay, the break was a bit shorter than I had anticipated. That was good. Nice, that was a good pick. Did I tell the story that someone online claimed that when you pick the top left second card, that it's always gonna be higher than the one your opponent picks or something like this? Treasure Trove, could be. Yeah, that was a load of bollocks. I don't even remember where I got this thing from. Maybe from like one of these obscure video game tips and tricks guide websites that had random people write complete nonsense on many of the games. Like some of you German-speaking people might know the website. What was it called? Was it Spieletipps or something like this? And there was a section of every game, tips and tricks. And some people, like it was a German-speaking forum, and some people would just write such nonsense in so many games, like, I don't know how to get this and this in this game, and then they would write, oh, you have to do this and this, and it was a complete lie, it was complete nonsense. So were they trolling, or did they actually think that what they were saying was true and helpful? I have no idea. Probably the former, honestly, but doesn't matter. I think placing one of these over here and one of these maybe even over here could be nice. Do we even want to fight with the... Oh, Margin is also still here, and that's so glad. Nice to see you. I wasn't sure how to interpret your wording there, so just wanted to make sure on that regard. I hate diagonal-only monsters because I never know where to place them properly. Because you never know how the fight is really gonna go. Let's just put it here, I have no idea. I got all my GTA San Andreas cheats from Spieletipps. Yeah. Oh my god, Marquis, dude. When I was like, I don't know, I must have been like 11 or 12 years old or something. Pretty young still for playing GTA, but it was okay. I think it turned out okay. I printed out so many freaking sheets of paper full of San Andreas cheat codes for the PlayStation 2 from Spieletipps. I vividly remember that. I had a fat stack of paper with all the cheats for the PlayStation 2. That was good times. How about the middle? I think the middle's okay. They're just gonna have a few bites in between. As I said, if anything is too loud, just make sure to tell me. We're gonna adjust accordingly. Gonna mix up my oatmeal. We're gonna eat the same thing, literally the same thing I had for breakfast. There's some protein oats with lots of different fruits. Actually, very, very tasty meal. I love eating this. Almost like a dessert, because I don't know about you guys if you eat oatmeal or things like that where you put in fresh fruits, but for me the best combination is fresh strawberries. I hate frozen strawberries. They never taste good. They're almost like the worst strawberries you could find. Picked straight from hell. But frozen raspberries are so good. They are so incredibly tasty. So fresh strawberries and frozen raspberries. Such a great combination. I threw in a small apple in there as well for some crunch. I love it. Honestly, it's so damn tasty. I don't know if we're gonna get Barrel Dragon that early, because moving in this far is risky. mid and late game darkness monsters from the opponents, they do deal quite a lot of damage, don't they? God, it's good. Moving one of these moths across the field, they feel so heavy and mighty and powerful. Such a good feeling. I should not forget about the save states. Could save us some time if I happen to go for a strategy that doesn't turn out to work that well. But, I mean, you are right, we are quite mobile and we could... I mean, look at this. Okay, these are diagonal only. So this is one of these that I will be able to fight, but... I'll just move the lizard there to threaten with some presence. And then see how he's gonna react to that. Let's wait one turn here to get rid of the needle balls. At least one of them. But it's I don't know why, but it's so fitting that out of all darkness opponents, Bandit Keith is the one to play not one but two needle balls. Is it just me? I find this incredibly I don't know, I find it incredibly fitting. Seems like something like a notoriously American character would do. But this is so bitter. I'm just gonna move there. I don't even care at this point. Just gonna threaten here. I think we'll wipe the yeah, Emil is actually just gonna be steamroll. I think we'll wipe the floor with Keith. Oh my god! 10 damage, dude, that's pathetic. This is gonna be an easy fight for sure. 10 damage, dude. When's the last time you've seen anyone tank 10 damage in this game? I think the last time must have been one of the earliest times ever that I was fighting Marik, like Yami Marik 1 on stage 4 as a kid. And I had no idea how to play this game properly and how to use monsters properly, and his wind monsters had way more defense that I could really reliably deal damage to, and they, like, my attacks, I was playing water symbol, the water element I think, and I could just barely win the fight, you know, water against wind with high defense. That was probably the last time I've seen something like that. This is ridiculous, like, come on, that's pathetic. Yeah, I think now the Scorpion would need to back off. Is this the right move? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Maybe like this. Could we one-shot this thing? No. But it also can't one-shot us, so if we get fast attack on, our lizard could also destroy an opponent on its own. Still cool. Or a completely non-related element monster. Ah, we did not get Battle Dragon. Sad day, but didn't want to risk way too much. It's okay, we'll two-shot it anyways. These feral imps are so annoying. But hey, that's the one shot.
You're gonna pay big time, runt.
Now we can send the second moth on the way, and I think this is a done deal, isn't it? Actually, a very suitable time for me to eat a little bit, because there's really not that much to talk about. Look at him. What a pathetic loser. Guys, watch this. Watch this. Away, Keith. Just freaking deinstall this game. What the hell? Exactly, Marquise. Into the bracket. Yeah, Emil, that's exactly what I was thinking. So good. So freaking good. Oh my god, that's so hilarious. Has anyone been jobbed so hard in this game like Keith is now? I have no idea. Yeah, the Battle Dragon definitely knows. It knows its place. Okay, so far so good. I do want to go for the symbol, because why not? And since the last monster is diagonal only, we can definitely do so. Just align ourselves properly, don't make any mistakes. And this is a done deal. Marik is so gonna fall. I can already see it, I can smell it. Come on. Don't make it more difficult than it already is. But he doesn't want to give up. I can respect that. I mean, I don't respect Keith in any regard, but... like, out of principle, we can respect the attempt. Move to safety, try to do something, but... what is he supposed to do? Why even be afraid of damage, honestly, at this point? Calm attack. Do 10 damage per hit. I've never seen a Battle Dragon get pimp smack like that. I also don't remember if I've seen, if I've one-shotted at any point that was not a Darkness playthrough. 500 PP and symbol. Yeah, actually Keith... didn't you know this? Keith has one of the highest PP symbols. It's almost as if he wants to compensate for something else in his life. Isn't it? But what I didn't know is that you can move this far into this back corner here. Like, I've never paid attention to this with the grid option activated. Look at this. Wow, that's the... damn, dude, that's actually crazy. That's genuinely interesting. Yeah, insane. But of course, Keith is gonna Keith. Castling and Capsule monsters. We got it. Move aside, Mr. America. What a pathetic loser. Jeez. Stage 3. This guy is stage 3. Undeserved. Freaking undeserved. Not really, of course, he is balanced fairly nicely, regularly speaking, but now in this run, this fight was laughable. And we max out effect strength this early. If I recall correctly, we did not manage to do this in one of the prior challenges before Marik. We actually had to beat Marik to get another... wait, that might have also been the Exodia challenge that happened off stream. I've been editing it, like little bits of it here and there, so maybe that's why I'm confusing my memories here. I think at this point I'll just risk it in a sense and just go for base AP, because I don't think we will need any further PP shenanigans in this run. At least I can't imagine we will. Alright guys, we are close to clearing stage 3. It's not even 11 yet. Sub 3 hours into the stream. That's very nice. And let's go. Marik is definitely trembling. I'm so confident. Usually this is one of the like difficulty checks. Is this challenge? Are you strong enough to advance? I just got an idea. Like, if you can mod this game and swap out like a lot of different things stat-wise on monsters, would it be possible to play other sound files as dialogue when the opponents speak? Because you could just take out lines from Little Kaiba's abridged series, of course, if he doesn't have anything against it, and just place them in between. Like, just replace the dialogue with bridge series dialogue. That would be so hilarious. I would so love that option. Oh my god. If that's possible, like, someone needs to do this. Yeah, it's possible. Amazing, dude. I mean, and then like, sky's the limit, right? You can get creative. Sky's the limit. Where's Zoa? I think something like this could be a solid setup. Yeah, slot 3 is good. Slot 3 is a-okay. Funnily enough, all Yu-Gi-Oh! AI Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters' voices are pretty good. AI? What do you mean with AI? You mean the abridged series? Or what exactly do you mean? We're just shy of summoning both in the first turn. I just, the reason why I came up with this idea just right now is it almost appeared to me like the one little, the first syllable we heard from Marik, double speed now, sounded a little bit like Little Kaiba's voice he has for regular Marik. And I don't know, that thought of hearing his Marik voice in this game was hilarious. Okay, so slot 4. No, AI voices. Oh, you actually mean AI voices. Have you ever seen any of the Hide Yu-Gi-Oh! Drama videos? No, actually, I have no idea what you're talking about. I know that AI voices can replicate certain public figures or like characters from shows and stuff, and that can end up in hilarious results. But Hide Yu-Gi-Oh! Drama videos, I have no idea. Never heard any of that. Look at this 353 attack. Excuse me. That's insane. But what's equally insane is that we cannot evolve on this tile. That's so sad. Pavel 26, welcome to the stream and thank you for participating in the chat as well. So nice to see it, I appreciate it. This is a brutal stage. I'm currently doing Earth only run and this stage almost ended it. I can imagine, but I think as long as you make, like, plan things ahead and use the right monsters from the start, I think it's doable in many scenarios. So how's your Earth run going in general? What monsters did you pick from the start and what general strategy are you employing? Really nice to find out, and so nice to see another new name in the chat. I don't know if you have been following the stream or the videos for a while, but I'm glad to see you here and glad to see another Yu-Gi-Oh! Capsule Monster Coliseum enthusiast in action. I don't know why Marik is not advancing the way he usually is. Check it out, you'll be surprised how good AI for Yu-Gi-Oh characters is. It can definitely be implemented for New Game Plus strats. Okay, I mean, I have to take this into account. But actually, now that you're saying it, previously this would have been unthinkable, but with the right AI tools. I mean, again, AI, the whole AI thing about like copyright problems and training it, like I guess somewhat illegally on things, is a rabbit hole in its own. But for some harmless ideas like fan game mods, having some extra dialogue from characters' voices would be very nice. That would be so cool. It would add a completely different layer onto the quality and the feeling of these like fan-made games and fan-made content, wouldn't it? Should we do this? I also have to think, I would love to do one unique challenge for each element in this game. I just have to think of one that makes sense, that are not like character attributed. We had multiple darkness challenges at this point. Karibo, Exodia, Gate Guardian technically also was a darkness challenge. I don't know, you guys have any ideas for other elements like, I don't know, Earth, now that Powell mentioned it. Water, I don't know, things like that. Wind. What iconic monsters could you do solo runs or maybe other themed runs like the Petit Moth run that I plan on doing off stream?
Yes, Yami.
I guess technically doing a Joey run, just using 4 Fire Reapers, would be a pure fire run in and of its own. But is that interesting enough? I don't know. Dinosaur deck could be interesting. Maybe specific types, I don't know. But then again, we're not limiting it to limiting it to an element. Sorry, to an element. But yeah, character challenge is always a great idea in my book. Okay, Campbell says level 1 cap on everything. We definitely plan something like this for sure. Like no level ups, not a symbol, not any monster, anything. But on Libra, I think I'll have to play a few regular runs in Libra before I actually sit down and try to do something like this. Because that sounds insane, but maybe it's doable. It's going well. Currently listening to this while playing Shizu 2. Okay, nice. I see. They're not all Earth. Maybe they are, actually. I didn't even think that far ahead, Devin. I mean, maybe you're right, and I was just complicating things. How many dinosaurs do we even have in this game? We have Torak. We have his twin-headed King Rex, or whatever it's called. Are there other dinosaurs? Isn't there one unused dinosaur monster in the game? That one with the, like, long tail or something? Luciano Lame, in brackets fool, welcome to the stream. He asks, what does the YouTube title mean? Basically it means that I'm playing a run in this game where we only use the monsters that the second opponent in the game, Tristan, uses. So 2 Petit Moths, 1 Kaminarikozou, or whatever this thing is pronounced, sorry. This thing, and 1 Steel Scorpion, just like Tristan, and we're trying if we can beat the whole game only using these 4 monsters. We are allowed to evolve them, we are allowed to level up, and we are allowed to evolve the Petit Moths into Larvae Moths and now into Great Moths, as you can see. But this is the only thing we're using. Also, our symbol is wood, just like Tristan, and our symbol has 220 PP at the start, just like Tristan, to make things as Tristan-esque as we possibly can. This is the challenge, and so far it's been going pretty good. Okay, can detect Zoeth Moth. I have to take a look into that. Anthrosaurus Megazola. Okay, yeah, okay. I have to take a look into that. Luciana says, good luck. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your stay. If you plan on following us, also make sure to check out the YouTube channel. There will be quite a few challenge runs about this game coming out in video formats as well. So definitely make sure to stay up to date for that. Paul says, Torak is actually pretty good when leveled up. I can imagine that. Anthrosaurus, Megazola. What is Megazola again? I completely forgot. And when do you get these monsters? Anthrosaurus. Wait a minute, let me take a look. Anthrosaurus, Yu-Gi-Oh! CMC. Oh boy, this one. This is this little fella. Let's open up Firefox. This guy. I hate this. I open up the tab on a Capsule Monster Coliseum monster and it doesn't filter it out at all. Shop list. Okay, shop list 1. I mean, it seems good. Reduces thunder. Okay. The movement is horrible, but I mean it's Earth, right? So. Yu-Gi-Oh! CMC. Dude, Marik, shut up. Oh, that's Magazalia, of course. Marik, Yami Marik 2 plays him. So, if we can probably get this only from Marik 2, right? But we could set up the challenge in a way like, okay, we can get dinosaurs before the game starts. Because you can't get any right off the bat, right? What about Torike, Yu-Gi-Oh! CMC? Earth starter kits. One of the things that I never checked out properly in this game are the starter kits. So that's maybe also something we can take a look at. Penguin does no damage, but he's not a threat. Okay, yeah, Emily, I'll have to take a look into this. For some reason, good Earth monsters ended up on Marik 2. Yeah, like, makes no... I mean, Volcano Stage and all, I understand, but come on. and freaking Rex Raptor plays one Torike and one, like, his boss monster. And then he plays lightning monsters. He plays Karibos. Like, what the hell was that? Torike is available from start, okay. I mean, it appears like that. And we can get another from Marco. I mean, 2 Torikes at the start could be enough to clear the first stage. Maybe we do... How cool would it be? Dino, channel name. It's also my real name in real life, by the way. And we do a dinosaur-only run. That would be... I don't know. I like that. I like that thought. Torike is pricey in the first few stages. That's okay. 100 MP? No problem. 2 Torikes. If we can beat Joey... Oh, no, actually, that is a problem because Duke is Earth type. But then again, we counter the lightning monsters. We might need a symbol with a lot of PP though, so it could be an interesting challenge actually. When the start is already difficult, you know that the challenge probably has some potential, right? And twin-headed King Rex is surely good when you level it up. I fully believe that. I think now the resolution is right again.
You can't faze me.
Yeah, but if the start is the hard part, that's usually one of the more interesting parts anyway. Because the moment you can outlevel your opponents, the game becomes so much easier, it's crazy. But I think we all know that, right? I'm just gonna be this cocky now and not save state because I... Oh my god. With the wood field, right? 30 wood. Instant kills Zoa. How often have you seen this in a non-darkness run or like a non-fire run? Wood is actually so strong in this regard. I had no idea. Every day we learn something new. Isn't that true? Yeah, Emily, you're right. Wood is so freaking OP. It scales so well. This is insanity. I mean, we could just run forward to Symbol, like he's not gonna stop us, is he? We won't really get more XP out of it, I think, but does it really matter at this point? I don't think it does. It's just for the humiliation that we put upon our opponent. Because he deserves it for all the hardships that Marik gave us in previous runs when we were younger. This is for younger me and all of you who struggle with this game at this particular part of the campaign. Marik completely jobbed. Get the freak out of here. Stage 3. Stage 3 is a cesspool of losers, that's what I'm telling you.
What? I lost.
What? I lost? Yeah, you did. Idiot. Okay, I'm just kidding. Let's try to keep the trash talk to a minimum. A little bit is okay, I think. After all, we want to enjoy ourselves. Level 8, oh my god. Level 8, dude, what the hell? Yeah, we're grabbing medals though. Also the Bolt Penguin? Does that have any evolutions? I have no idea. Yeah, Marquise GG indeed. Stage 3 is cleared. Guys, we did the goal. I didn't even realize it now because things were going so well and so easy recently. The Tristan run is so real, I think there won't be many opponents that will give us trouble. I mean, Shadi plays a few fire monsters. Seto, does Seto play fire monsters? No, right? Like Ishizu doesn't. She plays wind and wood, so we'll have it easy. Like we'll have a field day on her map. But now, I completely forgot about this as well. Now we can finally check the map attributes of some of these maps and see if there's any point where we could evolve our perfectly ultimates. Let's see Ishizu's map. Might be able to make an exception for Crawling Dragon too. Because Rex Raptor uses dragons also in his Dino deck. Crawling Dragon. Which one was Crawling Dragon again? Oh, I forgot, oh my god. Crawling Dragon. I'll remember at some point. Seto played at Mechanic Eye. Yeah, exactly, Seto. True. Shadi, yeah, Shadi of course, but Seto has one, and the others. I mean, Marik, of course. Marik also has fire, like two fire monsters, I think, right? Okay. So what did I want to check, guys? Once I move my camera, you will feel a particular motion. Once I move my camera here out of the way. Here we go. And it's sheer and utter disappointment. 35. Are you kidding me? Why would they make it 35? What is the reasoning behind this? Can you explain? Would you please elaborate? How? Why? Why 35? Why not 40? That would have been such a nice game-changing move here. That's it. There's not a single one. Crimson Bird and Megasonic Eye are his rare fight out throughout his 3 fights. Yeah, Crimson Bird is a pretty cool monster. But that's in the last fight, right? In the volcano stage. This is so stupid. Yeah, the dream is dead officially. We can check Shadi's map, but I don't see wood being anywhere on that map. Like, why would it? No pun intended, actually. Technically, chicken is a dinosaur. I mean, hey, you're right. Like, if we're gonna get really down to the technicalities, it should count. It should count more than dragons, at the very least. Guys, forget it. Stage 4 evolutions. The dream died officially. If this is the case, I guess it's pick your poison. Any wishes? Any suggestions? Which one do you guys want to see first? Because strategically, it doesn't really matter, does it? Shadi map is so cool, though. It is a cool map. Actually, a very cool map. Probably also very nice for PvP shenanigans, I can imagine. But I wouldn't know, I never played PvP in this game. Marquis says Bakura. Emil, can I interpret your comment as you're waiting for Shadi? Shadi last? Okay, we can do that. I mean, if there's no other suggestions, we can do Bakura as well. Sorry for the camera shaking. I really need to not have it be fixed onto my desk. But I always forget to find a different solution for it. Must be annoying when it shakes around so much. Got Bakura out of the way. He's probably going to be the hardest. Maybe. Why does the game have 2 shoddy battles but only 1 Joey? That's a very fair question. That's a completely... Especially in a game where there's Flame Swordsman, Time Wizard, Baby Dragon, and 1000-Year Dragon all in the game included. And they didn't give Joey a second fight. It's ridiculous. Okay, I mean, then we're going straight for Bakura. Bakura is a tough one. I mean, technically it would have been maybe smarter to wait until our Moths are at level 9. And maybe another symbol level up as well, but if he's too tough, we'll see it anyway, so it's okay. Red Ice is also in the game. Yeah, true, Red Ice is also in the game. Like, what the hell? And Red Ice Skull Dragon, or whatever it's called, is also in the game, even though it's, I think, one of the unused monsters, right? So, they could have done something with that. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I saved the save state too early. Nope. 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 Are you serious? Are you actually kidding me? Jesus, okay. They really do need to put respect on Joey's name. They should. He's supposedly the 3rd best duelist or something, according to Pegasus. Give the sad little dead man a little more screen time. Never got it in the show. Oh my god. Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, you tell it harshly, but you tell the truth, don't you? Joey deserved better in this game. He really did. I'm wondering if Margin's still in the chat. Have you experimented? Is it possible to change the order of opponents? Or would it be like just a technicality of changing the aesthetics and which character model appears? Like having Joey as one of the final opponents, for example. Is that something that could be feasible? Because if it's just a matter of having his model reappear instead of Shadi's, for example, as the penultimate opponent, change the name, change the attribute, you can do that anyway, right? Is that feasible? I really wonder. Because when I think about it that way, as someone who has no idea about programming, it seems like it should be, right? Okay. Our 4 pieces. How are we gonna set them up? Quick glance of the stream. Streams are all working. Looking good, which is live. YouTube is also still live. Amazing. Nice. Maybe today we'll really be spared from any technical difficulties. And guys, I remembered to turn on the sorry, ultra low latency on the stream, so that we have better communication with each other. I remembered to turn that on 2 minutes prior to starting the stream. Almost screwed it up the same way I did last time, but I did it. 2 minutes, it still counts. I remember zoning out during shoddy parts while rewatching the... Nobody likes poor Shoddy, dude. We'll never get a CMC 2. I mean, the Forbidden Memories community, like, I think, is it Team Brazil or who modded, like, Forbidden Memories 2? There's Forbidden Memories 3 in planning, or maybe it's already released. Of course, it's not a complete sequel, but they changed a lot apparently in the game. Maybe something we should check out on stream as well, because Forbidden Memories has a ton of interesting mods that one could play at some point. Maybe put these two as the pillars. Maybe this one in the middle and this one, I have no idea where. Diagonal only, and technically, yeah, it really doesn't matter, does it? Save to slot 2, and we can proceed. So guys, you want a camera? I asked this once, but do you want a camera in the bottom left corner and the top left corner? What works out better for you? What is more beneficial? Since I have to admit, I do look at my own camera all the time because I'm always anxious of whether it looks stupid or not. I tend to look more to the bottom when it's in the bottom. But I want you guys to have the best viewing experience possible, so... Bottom is fine for this game. Bottom... Okay, seems like the bottom left is the favorite so far. Then we'll just keep it that way. If we do other activities, we can always change it around, but... If it works well for now, maybe we're just gonna keep it. Bottom is good, okay. I see. Say no more. At least this we've already did. Maybe on the left. This soundtrack is also wild. It doesn't really work at double speed, but at regular speed, it's quite a banger, isn't it? Okay. Let's see what Bakura is going to put up. Pumpkin, Trihorn Dragon, let's go. Is it just me, or has he barely moved for, like, the whole game? But if I do that... Tell you what. Oh, I can't... Oh my god, I'm a moron. I'm a complete moron. Should have saved. Should have freaking saved. Sorry, you're gonna have to watch this again. But it's okay. Won't take long, promise. I'm also surprised by the lack of... Oh yeah, bottom is better, also from Parallel, that's good to hear. Devin says, I'm also surprised by the lack of zombie and toon monsters. Yeah, actually like Pegasus. Does he play even one monster that he did in like the anime or something that resembles him? Maybe like the doll or the... what's the other light monster called? They seem like they could belong to him, but I don't even know if they are truly like Pegasus anime OG monsters. Paradragon. I mean, he does, yeah, in the second fight, yeah, you're right. That's a good one. But that's the only one, isn't it? This time we're saving. played one against Kaiba, and I'm pretty sure I just murdered one 20 minutes ago. Perfect. That's great to hear. But now that you say, Devin, yeah, rerun and manga rerun, also a bit of a shame. Those are some of the frankly, quite a few monsters, or just a few monsters that you really actively associate with Pegasus and his character. There's not even that many, right? Aside from the 2 archetypes whole and like 1000 Ice Restrict and stuff like that. It would also been a banger monster in this game for sure. However, also now that you mentioned zombies for Bakura specifically, Bakura doesn't really have that many ultra-specific monsters that I associate with him, but a few of them, you know, they do exist. And for some reason, he doesn't play any of them in this game. Tryhorn will rush to try mid for sure. He definitely wants to go for the skull. That's exactly why I wanted this setup. The problem with it... No, actually, that's pretty good because Pumpkin can't attack here. That's what I wanted. I just didn't... Oh, no, dude. Can we load... No, that was too late. Okay, we will load a little bit earlier and I will set up Scorpion so that it can be within reach of the left moth when it's time to attack Tryhorn Dragon. Then we can one-shot it and the skull will not be triggered. At least not now. Then we'll save some damage, or like we'll tank less damage. We could probably tank it either way, but why risk something, excuse me, when it's not necessary? Okay, I think this is a good setup. Oh my god. Also, I moved it a little bit too far, it seems, and now Farolymp attacks us. But frankly, that's okay, but me, completely fine. Oh, rerunners in the game. I completely missed that info, Paul. Paul? Is it Paul or Pavel or Pavel? Oh well. I don't like this map. I'm also not the biggest fan. It's quite dark. It doesn't have the nicest aesthetics. And also, it can be tough. Okay, so we'll probably keep a setup similar to this. For now. We got Pumpkin. Oh yeah, of course Pumpkin, but that's it for Zombie, I think. But is Pumpkin something he actually played in classic Yu-Gi-Oh anime? I think it was, right? No, but that other dude played the Pumpkin, didn't he? One of his, like, pawns. Bones, yeah. Just called Bones, dude. That's also quite the name. Definitely one of the names of all time. Paul or Paul, Pavel or Paul, we're both Pavel. It's Polish for Paul, okay. But is it like Pavel or Pavel? Which one is, where is the emphasis? Like, if I try to use like Bosnian pronunciation and kind of try to put it onto Polish, Pavel. We would probably say Pavel. Pavel. So emphasis on the first syllable. Polish W sounds like a V. Yeah, Pavel. But I don't know. Like the soft V sometimes in English sounds a bit weird in names. I don't know. Pavel. No, actually Pavel. Pavel. Yeah, sorry. I was spamming your name like this, and probably in a wrong way. Must be quite annoying. I'm gonna stop. So, how are we going to proceed? Do I want to move here? Is there any benefit to occupying the space? Is there any benefit to occupying this? But there's also no negative to it, right? Is there any way he can attack us that I'm not seeing right now? No. I don't think. What about Needle Ball? Not Needle Ball, the other one, the Mega Thunderball. Maybe we can also do a balls run. A balls only run. Mega Thunderball, Needle Ball, Karibo, Harry Ball. Would it count even? I don't know. I don't even know if I want to find out though, so maybe we'll just keep it to ourselves. Oh, I did not. How did I not see this? Then how about we just stay, we all just stay within our own lanes. We just stay where we've always been and play it safe. Emily, you're right. I've been playing so carelessly the last few games because I have two big, fat, great moths that do all the heavy lifting for us. And for me. I'll just go for this because then Pumpkin won't be able to attack us. 1, 2, 3. Come on, Bakura, stop chatting and play the game. 10 damage is still pathetic. He has learned nothing from his bro, Melvin. I mean, that it was not Melvin yet. It was still Marik. Melvin is yet to come. But something is telling me that we will beat him up like we did everyone else up until now. Just overrode wrong save on my PS3. Oh no. That is also... Maybe also power made you callous, Pavel. Devin says, what country are you from, if you don't mind asking? I don't mind at all. Of course not. I was born in Vienna, Austria. And I'm Austrian, I have the Austrian citizenship, and majority of my life I've spent in Austria, and I probably will the rest of it, at least the way things are currently. A really, really nice place here. But I spent part of my my childhood in Bosnia. My parents are from Bosnia and Herzegovina. And also have very fond childhood memories from there, so it's also home in a way, and I do speak Bosnian actively, even though I'm quite bad at reading and writing, but I'm actually pretty good at talking because I still speak it quite a bit on a regular basis. I even have, I've had a couple of students, like some of my guitar students who I've taught in like Bosnian, Serbian, Croatian, whatever. So that's a thing. But yeah, I'm definitely, in a way, I'm more Austrian because I've spent more time here. German is my best language by far. Even though I think I'm pretty good at English, and Bosnian is my worst language, German is my best one by far. And yeah, I hope that answers your question. But it's definitely always interesting to think about when someone asks where you're from, because that can mean so many different things, and it often also means like what culture and what group of people do you associate yourself with. And when you're part of like a diaspora group, like people from one country that then fled or moved to another country, and then like you're the second generation of that, or like you've been in the middle of things, it's like you don't really belong in either, but also somehow you belong in both. It's a very weird middle state. But I think the best thing that you can do in that situation is just appreciate that you have access to both of these cultural worlds, and sometimes also a unique opportunity to mix them together, especially when you create art. And the music is one of them, where you can also combine very different elements with each other. So some very beautiful moments can come from this. Oh, brat Pusanac, pozdrav iz Hrvatske, pozdrav nazad. Emil, for some reason I thought you already knew. So I thought I'd already told that, but maybe you were not in one of the streams where that happened. Kill him already. I mean, you're right. Let's stop playing around. Shoutouts from US. Thank you, Devin. Shoutouts back to the US too. I hope you're having a good time over there. Yeah, I hope you're safe and you're not too affected by by the wild things that are currently happening. But I think wild things are happening everywhere around the world, I guess. So it's good to just come together and have a nice time, a chill evening, and shut the brain off for a little bit. Oh yeah, and where are you from the US exactly? Because like people always say, yeah, I'm from the US, and I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of know what to think about that. But you guys have like 50 states with, I think, wildly different cultural norms and other things. Must be quite interesting, right? At least that's how I imagine it. I had a hunch you were from Balkan in some way. I mean, if you look at my face sideways, I think there's there's some features in this region here that could already tell. But I don't know, maybe that's also nonsense. Ohio, corn, the corn country, okay. I was not aware. I mean, I've heard about Ohio many times, but I wouldn't have any associations with it. Is it nice in Ohio, like generally speaking? Aside from the corn, or maybe because of the corn? I have no idea. Pumpkin 64 damage. Thank you for pointing it out. I didn't even notice. That's pathetic. From 200 attack, can you believe it? What the hell? What is even going on? I don't even need to think anymore. Like, I think this challenge has reached a point that until we can evolve these moths one more time, everything else will now probably be a steamroll, won't it? Okay, so it actually is different accents and stuff. Yeah, that's one thing that you definitely notice as an outsider. Accents can vary wildly. Yeah, that's the way it is around. Pavel says, I moved from Poland to Ohio, then moved to Nebraska. Okay. I only know about Nebraska because of the Big Bang Theory, I have to admit, to my detriment. Or maybe not, I mean, the show was also funny at some point. What? No. Come on now, no, that's stupid. That's complete nonsense. Okay, even worse here. Wow. Can you imagine? One measly point. Told you before, just play front to back. I mean, yeah, what should I say? You're right. But I will have to beat up his Trihorn Dragon if it follows us around too much. We don't want to get into any problems. But I think that's okay. I like it. It's pretty nice here. I like the quiet atmosphere. I can imagine. So it's more like a countryside, you know, being out and having more wildlife and probably less dense population, right? That's how I imagine it, at least. Okay, we will not get the symbol, I think, but how about we just finish with a nice little Moth Hurricane and sack in the win. Awesome, man. Glad. I'm kind of upset. Sorry, I have to catch up with some of the messages here. Damn it. You guys are very active today. I love to see it. I just have a hard time reading everything. If I miss any messages and you think it's something important that would add to the discussion or something you really want me to read, you know, don't be afraid to just post it twice. If I overlook it the first time, chances are I'm gonna see it the next time. GG SPA finish. Yeah, always nice, always nice. Just for the feeling, you know. For the good feeling. I think this will be the right call simply because at some point we will get to perfectly ultimates and then we'll need the extra AP. I think Pumpkin is always worth grabbing and Trihorn Dragon is too cool. Like, when you look at Trihorn Dragon though, quick, let's circle back to the dinosaur discussion. Excuse me. I'm quite burpy sometimes. How the hell is that not a dinosaur? Can you tell me? Like, that's pathetic. That's absolute nonsense. I don't know. Sorry, let me just quickly catch up. I'm kind of upset because I'm really anti-war and I'm starting to realize I get John McCain's war party no matter who I vote for. Okay. Depressing. I mean, I don't want to open up the topic of American politics. That's really the last place that we need to discuss these things for, but in my mind at least there's a very clear worse choice than the others, but probably not something we should discuss on stream. Yeah, like we're here to have a fun time, to have a good time. So who are we clearing next? So Shadi we can save for last for sure. How about we just go against Marik? If awesome, I'm glad to have you. I like to live in the city, but far enough to avoid the annoying parts. Sorry, brother, lol. It looks like one. Yeah, okay. GG's finished. I'm a bit confused, like, who looks like what? I don't even know anymore what exactly we're talking about here. Yeah, because he's looking like a dinosaur, right? Dryhound Dragon should count. I'm also thinking that, I don't know. And Devin, like, don't feel bad about starting certain topics. Like, I have no problem with discussing some politics also on here, because it is something that does affect everyday life, especially American politics nowadays might have major impacts on other parts of the world. It's just that I don't want to needlessly polarize in fields where it might not be necessary. But don't have anything against civil discussion as long as things keep, like, as we keep things toned down and on a civil level. I think that's what's mostly important there. I didn't save state, I'm a moron, but I do have to say that I think the current situation that is happening in the US is a clear sign of what would have been the probably less problematic choice, and sadly that's not the one that happened, but no, I get it, it can get polarizing, like you said. Yeah, for sure. Oh, dumb question, do you always evolve monsters or depending on the situation? I mean, the last challenges were so specific that we didn't really have opportunities. Like, the last challenge was with a fused monster that I fused before the challenge started, so we could play the whole game with that one monster. But it depends, you know, it all depends on, like, the challenges that we design on here, we decide on for the stream and for the YouTube videos. I always try to keep a balance of it should be interesting, so it needs to have a catch that people recognize. Tristan challenge, Joey challenge, Gate Guardian, Exodia, Karibo, things that you know and that you can kind of dinosaur, even like a type is enough, of course, to make it interesting. And then, of course, we have to think about rules that make it hard enough to warrant a challenge run, because if things get way too easy too early, what fun is there in watching that, you know? So that's at least, those are my thoughts on it. Whenever I get it, it can get polarizing, like you said. I just don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable. Yeah, for sure, I get what you're saying. Like, I don't want to decide for other people. If you guys want to discuss things, you can feel free to do so, as long as nothing is getting out of hand. That's no problem, because why would we not be able to talk about things like that? But as I said, I have a pretty clear opinion. I think that's... I mean, let's just say it. I think Trump is going to do a lot of bad things in the near future that will affect not just the American citizens, but a lot of other parts of the world. And I am genuinely scared how things are going to proceed. I have to be honest in that regard, but yeah, you know, everyone can make up their own minds. Freaky Fish Guy Challenge XD. I really don't want to listen to politics on a Yuga stream. Yeah, I can imagine that. That's exactly what I thought. So maybe we just keep that to a minimum, or at least you guys can do in the chat what you like, and I'll try to focus on the topics that are more gameplay related. Let me just quickly think. Is there anything in here that is Is there anything in here that could become problematic? He has 2 fire monsters, but at this point... we have so much defense, right? Is this really something we need to worry about? Is it really? I don't know. How are we going to plan ahead? I think usually the majority of the fight is probably going to happen somewhere here, because by the time we move to the center of the field, Melvin will still be stuck around these tiles, so maybe we should place both Moths on these sides. I don't know. The juggler jumps out quickly. I don't know. You think he's gonna pop him out? I mean, you're probably right. How many movements does he have? Is it 2 or 3 diagonal movement? I think he's still gonna take a few turns, so I don't really think it's something that we need to be afraid of. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's keep it here. It's gonna be fine, right? It's gonna be fine. Let's try something like this.
It's time to start.
This feels very good. Opening both of them first turn. I mean, Devin, do you have a point that opening many pits at the beginning will lead to him taking a lot of damage? I don't know if it's something that we should necessarily do strategically, because I do want to have a good early position, so I think we'll prioritize this over opening as many pits as possible. But a symbol also counts, right? We could use our symbol to increase the amount of pits while still getting good strategical position. And it's 3 diagonal movements, isn't it? This one has 4 even. Wow, insane. I completely forgot. This soundtrack is also insane. It actually works surprisingly well for... No, wait a minute. For like double speed playthroughs. I mean, this thing will attack us, but it's wind, so like, what the hell? The pits will do more damage to you than his wind pieces. That's actually true. That is honestly true. What the hell? Doesn't feel like a statement that should be true, but it is. Okay, let's just move it there, and I think there's not that much to think about even. 11 damage. That tastes like sweet revenge for young me, who struggled to do any damage to Marik with a water symbol and a completely horrendous lineup of monsters. Probably. But realistically, that is what was going down there. So let's just take a little bit of extra XP for our lizard, even though it really doesn't matter at this point. We would have one-shot this thing anyway, but it's okay. Then we're gonna move forward 1 tile. Oh wow! Oh my god, I forgot, dude. I had completely forgotten. I have to commit now. Like, there's no turning back. I think. Let's hope this was not the wrong decision. What exactly was I afraid of again? 49 damage with the element advantage. Are you kidding me? Like, I think this run is done. This is a done deal. I think I can just shut off my brain, just use the 2 moths for the most part, and yeah, play the game. I'm not even going to move any other piece. I don't think it's necessary. By the way, you did that kind of damage to a disadvantaged monster. What do you mean, like that little damage? Because I don't remember what you mean. Yeah, a lot of damage. Yeah, exactly. That is definitely something we did. I can remember a lot of damage. And, okay. The next spike will be this Pegasus fight. Could be. You mean the difficulty spike? Or you mean in power? 500 attack. Wait, where is 500 attack? Did I miss something? Like, what the hell is going on? Like, he doesn't have 500 attack, right? I mean, difficulty. Spike in difficulty. Yeah, for sure. Pegasus could be troubling. But I don't know if it's going to be that difficult. 60 damage. What's left to be afraid of, even? That's crazy to watch a wood nearly one-shot of fire is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Okay, now I got you. That is insanity. I mean, we're still quite a little bit away from that, but... Just don't want to lose any of my lightning pieces out of carelessness. Oh, when I attack the dragon, okay. Because of the advantage, right? So we should see that now. Oh, okay, yeah, that's ridiculous. For a wood monster that doesn't scale its own attack from leveling up. That's quite stupid, isn't it? I do wonder if you play the Libra mod and you do a moth-based build where you try to evolve your Petit Moths. Since the Libra mod scales way differently with more late game monsters, it basically forces you to not sit on your early game monsters at a high level because late game monsters are way more powerful even at a lower level. Would that be a viable strategy? Because technically evolving these things is quite similar to... Wait a minute. Can we just go for a symbol at this point? I think we can. Why not just do that? Libra mod balances would already, it doesn't work the same. Yeah, okay, that's fair, but I was just thinking that you could reliably evolve these pieces and just get a lot of value out of that, because it would probably be similar like getting more late game pieces at an earlier level. Doesn't work the same, yeah, okay. I really need to dive a bit deeper into Libra mod at some point. I mean, he's gonna get his monster destroyed all on his own at this point. Because I just can't reach his symbol in time. Is it really gonna come down to this? I think it is. We need a one-shot now. Like, I wonder if there's an achievement in the retro achievements list to win by self-destruction, essentially, from a map hazard. Should we see what happens? I don't know if that ever happened to me. Would Marik actually move away? I need to know. I just have to know. What would happen? Oh my god! Oh my god. what the hell is that? Dude, what the hell is that?
I will destroy you.
Seppuku, yeah, exactly. I mean, no XP for us, I guess. That's the downside. But could be achievement worthy, couldn't it? If you didn't kill with a piece, you don't get XP for it. Yeah, and you can't pick it up. Yeah, I mean, fair point. But I think we will survive. Should we go for a bit of PP? No, I don't think so. At this rate, we'll max this out very quickly. And both of them reach level 9 at the same time. That's poetic. That is truly poetic. I don't know, let's get these. Leave PP last. Yeah, for sure. I think that's what we will be doing. Damn it. We cleared so many opponents today. Almost 10. Like, oh, that was the 9th opponent today. Just today. 3 more left on this stage. It's already quite late. I'm just thinking about how and when to end the stream because I do want to get to bed in a timely manner. There's quite a lot to do for me on the weekend. Should we do one more? I don't have it. I have no idea. This is why we would need a modded CMC2. I mean, CMC2 would be great. Like adding a bunch of things, a bunch of like mechanics, rebalancing everything, adding more monsters. Like, how hard would it be, you think, to add even more monsters on top, not just the unused ones? I can imagine that would be quite a toll on whoever would program such a thing, but just the sheer thought at it would be insane. So they're interested in hazards. Yeah, I mean, also rebuilding the AI a bit could come in very... Jesus, I'm just repeating words. It could improve the gameplay experience a lot. I know that the people who work on the Duelist of the Roses mods, I think, were successful in changing around the behavior of some of the opponents, but I don't exactly know how they did it. Not hard, but a piece model would have to be made ground up. Yeah, of course. That is true. I mean, you could use some of the others as substitutes, at least for the 3D animations, or just turn off the animations by default, because quite frankly, I really don't need them for enjoying this game. Yeah, I have no idea. Let's put this to regular speed. Oh my god. I do feel quite a bit of fatigue from this challenge. I don't think we will do another opponent in this one. Just thinking about whether we do a little bit of the early days collection or if we should already wrap it up for today. Because I have to say, the little bit that we played from the Capsule Monster GB game from the collection has been very boring. So far, I have to be honest. That was quite a disappointment. So not really something that I am extremely hyped to play, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's do maybe a quick poll. Do you want to see? Let's put it like this: we could do one more opponent from this challenge, then I think I would call it quits, or we can play something from the early days collection. Your choice. Whatever you guys would like to see from that collection or this game, whatever you guys have to, because I can't really make up my mind right now what I would prefer to do, because I'm already a little bit tired, but it doesn't feel like the stream is at a proper end right now. One more thing of something needs to happen today. So what would your preferred form of entertainment would be? While you guys think what you would prefer, I will take a very quick toilet break, and I will be back in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we are so back, and to my detriment, I've seen that 2 of our active chatters have already gone to bed. So Marquise and Emil, if any of you guys see this, maybe later in the VOD, thank you so much for hanging out again, and I wish you both a good night. Of course, it's already quite late here in Europe. Maybe for some US viewers, it might already be a bit early. But yeah, sad to see them go, but I also have to go soon, as I said. So it seems like some opinions were on doing one more opponent on CMC, and now that I've been away for a few minutes, I'm also thinking maybe it's a bit too late or not the right time to start something new, especially something that I'm not incredibly hyped for. Only 7 here. Okay, that's quite chill. That's actually quite a chill time to hang around. Demel and Majiwamu seems to... Like, Majin, are you also leaving us, or are you just saying goodnight to the others? If you're also going to bed, then no, of course I wish you good night to you too. If not, then of course I'm glad that you're still staying with us in the stream. Guys, one more opponent. Which one is it? Shadi, Shizu, or Kaiba? I guess we want to save Shadi for last, so... Ah yeah, I see. Nice. Always good, always good. The more the better, the more the merrier. Are we playing Ishizu or Kaiba? What are you guys saying, Devin, Margin, any of the others who might still be around and maybe not been writing as actively now? Devin says Kaiba. Any objections? If anyone has any objections, now is the time to speak up or to remain silent forever. Kaiba, Margin, Kaiba, Devin, Kaiba. I think this needs to happen now. This is the final for today. Mr. Seto himself. Can we beat him as Tristan? And something is telling me that Kaiba will suffer the most embarrassing defeat of his life. And how would he not? I mean, losing against Tristan would be so embarrassing. Let's make it happen. Double speed. We press the turbo button. I always mispronounce turbo for some reason. There he is. Okay, so he does have a fire monster. In case I get busy, feel free to reach out on Discord when you get a moment. We can discuss the mod. Yeah, imagine, I would love that. The first moment I'm also, how would I say, not too busy to do something like this, I'll definitely reach out. Could be tricky the next few days, but we should definitely make this happen. I would love to cover your work on stream and maybe test some things and see how things are progressing. So if I don't reach out the next few days, please don't feel neglected. Just have a lot on my plate right now, but I will try to get back to you ASAP. I'm still glad we were able to make the stream happen today. I was seriously considering cancelling it because I do have quite a few things I should be still doing for the next few days. But I think I'm prepared, and the last days have been going pretty well, so all things considered, everything's good, I think. Maybe something like this. Is this a good setup? I think this is okay. Okay, last fight for the day. Seto 1. Is it true you guys work 2 weeks and then get 2 weeks off? What do you mean? You mean in Europe in general? Like, I've never heard that anywhere, to be honest. And sorry for the laugh. It's not like I'm laughing at you thinking this or not knowing this. It's just like the concept seems so good to me that it's more like an outcry for help, laughing about it, because I wish that was the truth. That's a rumor I heard. Zachary Roman, no objection. You mean Zachary? Welcome to the stream, by the way. Nice to see you in the chat as well. You mean no objection to facing Kaiba, or you mean to something else that's been said recently? No, so 2 weeks, like, I've never heard that. Maybe there's a country in Europe somewhere where that's the case, but I think there's not a single economy in the world strong enough to enable something like this for the majority of its population. Which is sad, of course, but that's the reality we live in, at least currently. So the way it works in Austria is when you work regularly, when you're like employed in a company, you get... I mean, you have your regular 40-hour work week, You get, of course, sick leave, which is not limited necessarily, but of course if you overstay it's welcome. Then you will get problems with your employer. You have you get paid monthly, but you also get like one extra payment per year, like as a Christmas bonus, and another one. So we call this the 13th and 14th loan you get in the year. But that's an Austrian thing. That's not necessarily the case in Germany and other bordering countries. And you get regularly it's 5 weeks of vacation per year that you can choose whenever you want to take it. But of course it has to align with company organization and logistics. So what should be the case is, let me just save state here, is you can't leave your job if the other colleague doing your task is also on vacation at the same time, because of course the thing has to keep running, of course, show must go on. But you have 5 weeks of vacation. And as a teacher, if you're like doing a teaching job, something that I'm doing right now, at least part-time, a teacher in a music school, which is essentially like a school where you take instrument or vocal lessons in the afternoon. You also get, like your vacation is the school break, so you have 9 weeks in summer, 2 weeks for Christmas, and whenever there's school-free days, you also have like free time. But of course, since you have to prepare your job at home or whatever you feel free in your free time, not all of that is actual free time, but you have to distribute that part of work the way that you deem fit. Let's just move forward now. I'm so occupied with talking, and I'm so not scared of Kaiba that it really doesn't matter, does it? Yeah, and I mean, if you're self-employed, if you're building your own business or doing contracting work where you get paid on a case-to-case basis, you don't get any of that. You don't, of course, you don't get paid when you're sick. You don't get paid when you don't have like work volume. So it all depends, but I don't know anyone who could afford to work for 2 weeks and then just stop for another 2. That sounds like the dream, honestly. If you know anyone who has a deal like this, I mean, I wouldn't want to do stuff like that because I'm in a field that I generally like doing, so I'm pretty satisfied, but still sounds pretty crazy. Our pay can vary from employer to whether it's weekly, bi-weekly. Yeah, okay, fair. Vacation and time off vary. Yeah, I can imagine they vary a bit more everywhere outside of the EU. That's I think one of the good things that we have in the EU is that certain regulations are EU-wide. So if you're in one of the corresponding countries, you cannot get screwed over like you sometimes could be in other countries. But yeah, I'll shut it down next time I hear that other rumor. I mean, you can ask for specifics. Maybe there is a place where that's the case, but I wouldn't know about any Central European country that has that, so I'd be genuinely surprised. And guys, somehow I'm starting to think that we could probably beat Seta with one single Great Moth. Like, no joke. This is what it feels like right now. Like, I'm not even trying to predict his plays or trying to avoid certain movements or trying to reduce the amount of attacks that he can inflict upon us. I'm just running in, tanking heavy blows, even like 2 blows from a symbol that has an advantage over us, and it's not even cracked. Look at this. Madness. Can we one-shot Blue Eyes? Yes, we can. Oh my god. This challenge is... right now we are at the point where we can just steamroll. Feels good, not gonna lie. I hope it's not getting too boring for you guys to watch, because it's a challenge run right now where the challenge has been used up, I guess. But I think once we get the perfectly ultimates, it will increase once more, because we cannot underestimate the power that comes from having higher level pieces. Quite significant. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have caught the Blue Eyes a bit earlier, but honestly, it doesn't matter. That's completely okay. We don't even need a Thunder pieces. Like, 2 Great Moths is so powerful. But the two other pieces were crucial in the early game. Like, if you guys remember the early game in this challenge, we had a hard time with some fights. I need to keep emphasizing that, I feel like, because... yeah. We were struggling, and right now it's hard to imagine how. In my Earth challenge, I used Gazelle to snipe Battle Logs and Blue Eyes while they were in the capsules. I mean, that sounds pretty good, actually. Gazelle, dude, I even forgot that that was in the game. I would like to do a Yugi-themed challenge as well, because we are playing Yami here, but we are really never playing exclusively Yugi monsters, so maybe like a challenge. I think someone recommended that in one of the previous streams. Maybe do something like monsters that Yugi played in the original anime exclusively, and maybe limit the amount of Karibos that we can use. Maybe one copy per monster. You just one-tap the Blue Eyes? Yeah, we one-tap Blue Eyes for sure. And it felt really good, not gonna lie. This soundtrack is really good at double speed. It's quite a banger, isn't it? Okay, we were not fast enough to avoid the map effect. We could have been, but I wanted to destroy his symbol just for some extra swag. Okay. Move this to the back. Pavel says, I forgot about him as well. Picked him up from Capsule shop while trying to find something to help me. Yeah, for sure. As I was saying, I already completely forgot. Like, one Karibo. Celtic Guardian, we can get it if we just surrender to Joey 20 times. Will it just appear in the shop? That would be crazy. Celtic Guardian, we could go for... Like, Gazelle is more of a late game capsule, I think. Dark Magician, also quite late game. We could also make it so that we put a monster limit on our fights, and we have to use the most recent Yugi monster, so like we can't use the level 8 Karibo that we grinded out over the course of the campaign. We have to use the fresh level 1 Dark Magician or something like this. Maybe put twists on the challenge that make it actually more difficult. Yeah, I also didn't know about Celtic Guarding up until today. Some people were discussing it prior in the chat that you have like to lose 20 times or something in the first 4 stages, and then he appears in the shop. Otherwise he doesn't, which is honestly ridiculous. Okay, but we're gonna wrap this up now. Already a little bit tired, and I do feel fatigue in my voice, although I've gotten better at not talking too loudly, not pushing my voice too much. It definitely helps. Controlling the diaphragm a little bit more actively, for what it's worth. Surrender 20 times between areas 1 and 4. So if we surrender 20 times to Joey, like, we should get Celtic Guarding in the shop, right, Margin? I mean, that's how I interpret these conditions. So we could buy 1 Karibo at the very least. Is there anything else? Like, the Exodia, right leg of Exodia, we can buy at the beginning. Also, one of Yugi's monsters, I would say. And if there's nothing else, we could, at the very least, then surrender 20 times and get a Celtic Guardian, and then we'd have 3 monsters to get going. Could be a fun challenge, I think. Oh, he will appear in Area 4. That is disappointing, but it's okay. Firewing Pegasus only appears in the shop if you win all stage 1 and 2 fights without surrendering or losing. Okay. That's also good to know. So some of them are mutually exclusive in the same campaign run. Summon's Call and the Magicians are easy to her as well. Okay. Summon's Call. Those also appear like after stage 2 or stage 3, right? So a little bit later. But we'll think about it once the time comes. Maybe do one of these challenges pretty soon. But now we still have Tristan, and we have only 7 opponents left. And I think now we will probably wrap it up, because that was a nice last fight against Seto. We have Ishizu and Shadi left for next time. And then we are getting into the final stage, and we will hopefully, rather quickly, summon the perfectly ultimate Great Moths. And then this challenge run will add. And of course, there had to be one ad for bot viewers on Twitch. How would we have been able to do a stream without that? Gonna block it immediately. you get Summon Skull stage 2, you get it during stage 2 or post stage 2? That's what would be interesting. But if we just think that through for a moment, 1 Kaiba, 1 right leg of Exodia, is that enough to win? We'd have to see, of course. I mean, yeah, not gonna spoil anything about the next YouTube video. Just stay tuned for that. Guys, we are so done for today. Thank all of you for coming to the stream, for just hanging around, listening to my yapping, listening to the chat conversations, reading along. Thank you to everyone who participated in the chat, because these conversations, they just make streaming even more fun. They keep things engaged. They give me more food for talking and ranting and stuff like that. So hugely appreciate every single one of you. Make sure to check out the stream next week, same time, Thursday evening, 8 p.m. Central European time. Hope to see you there. And should you miss any of this, you'll always be able to check the VODs back on the YouTube channel. Make sure to like this stream. It helps me out a lot, and it doesn't take long at all. Just a couple seconds, a click. Make sure to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next CMC Challenge video once it comes out. It will come out soon. It's just a matter of weeks, I swear. And yeah, I hope all of you have a nice weekend, a nice evening if it's still early where you live, and yeah, have fun playing some Capsule Monster Coliseum. I will see all of you next time. Good night and take care.